Welcome everybody. Stream has started. Took a little minute or two extra to set things up because this time I was smart enough to fuel up on food before the stream started. Yeah, I heard a bit of it there. It was pretty good. It was chicken parmesan, you know, one of those frozen ones. It's not the normal brand you get in the US supermarkets. It's more of a local one that it's higher quality, put it that way. Bare cheese, bare sauce, bare meat. So filled up on that before I got here, so we don't have to worry about me getting starved at all during the stream, and I'll be full of energy and prowess. So right now, the stream has begun. I can start to send the link to all the Discord servers that want to see this stream. Refresh to make sure it's live. Yes, it is live. Alright, let me get shareable link. Send it to all the servers that want to see it, probably. I hope they all want to see it. Who doesn't want their stream to be seen by living humans while it's live? Yeah, I know. I'll start down here and work my way up. And apparently, I think I might actually have to restart the game to see the records. I don't know exactly. I can't recall if it saves it in real time and refreshes the view for you, but we'll see. We'll see. Got some interesting games today because remember last week the World War I package 3 for the technologies came out, so we're going to probably maybe see some of that. We'll definitely be seeing maybe some Argentina stuff today from those new cards for sure. Guarantee you that 100%. So got a bit of the chicken and got to swallow a bit of that, but mostly good. And the link over here. Let everyone know I'm live. If they want to come, they can come. Yep, these live streams are very fun for me. It changes things up a bit because normally when I'm doing like normal record content, I'm sort of just talking to myself at the wall for however long I'm doing it, usually an hour. But here, there might actually be somebody on the other line listening to me while I'm doing it, so it's kind of interesting, There could be a bit of a conversation potentially at certain points, right? Between games and so forth. Yeah. I wonder when, our good old Serbian friend's going to be back to cocast with us. He's always a fun asset to have, and one of the good things he does is basically he's watching the stream with us, so he knows when people are chatting, and we can respond more in real time, which is great. Yep, I just sent it to the most important server at all, the official Wars of Liberty server. And now I'm going to send it to the also most important server of all, the Wars of Liberty multiplayer server. Yeah, they're both equally important. Equally important, because one is for the Wars of Liberty mod, the other one is basically where all the people play the Wars of Liberty mod, so you may as well make sure that gets out to all of those places. Trying to see what I'll ping it over here. Send it to the Delian server. Very good server. Lots of nice Juanitos there. Yep. Where am I? Yeah, a bit of paper. Alright, I'm good. I think I'm about halfway done, or a little less than halfway. I want to probably hit some of those, and we should be good to go. Try that one as well. Alrighty then, I think I've gotten them all now. So now all I have to do is I have to look for the games we're going to be casting today, or at least the ones we'll start out with, and then we can start casting them. Is anybody here yet? Oh, it looks like Leandro Sanchez is here. Gafas, awesome. Welcome. We're here for a very fun day today of casting some games. Glad you made it. You know, Gafas is a very seasoned Wars of Liberty player. And he also knows how to play some other mods as well. He can play 100 Days, I believe, and also that interesting mod that had the Polish and the Thai in it too. Yeah, so Gafas is a pretty varied AoE 3 player that knows many things. So yeah, now I'm going to look for those Wars of Liberty games in the multiplayer server. I'm going to pull them up, and if I don't see them, I'm going to restart the game, and then we can get started with those right away. Let me see, Rec Games is the channel. And this is the cool thing about the way they organize it on their servers. If anyone wants to stream these games for themselves, either me or Jeff or whoever, it's open to the public to download these games. So it's like a shared resource we can all use to, you know, get really fun streams for the community going, you know. Streams like these are really important to the Wars of Liberty community because they essentially breathe a lot of life into it, pretty much. You know, it's basically really good for, you know, basically keeping the mod going, letting people know what the mod is all about, pretty much, and yeah, just getting people educated on the way it works. Yeah. Do I want to cover those? This one. This is one in the last patch I guess we could do. I don't think I did that one. So I think I'll keep that one. And I guess we could do these two ones that I did with Rommel. These games weren't good enough, I think, to basically have as their own uploads, but we could certainly cover them during the stream at the end, I think. Yeah, alright, so we got how many games today? Right now we got about ocho juegos, 8 games. Perfect. That should basically cover us for now, and if I want to pull any from the last patch, we can do it too later. Yeah. So the cool thing I did was, because I knew the patch was released last Friday, I knew there might be some games from last patch we might want to do, so I have a separate install of the previous Wars of Liberty patch, you know, as a backup on my machine, so we can look at both patches if we want to. Yeah. Just in case if we miss any World War I stuff or anything like that, you know, because World War I is really fun no matter what version it is. Tanks, planes, and automobiles, yeah. All sorts of weapons. Paste those in right now. Yeah, I'm just going to replace the file names, because why not? These are all new. Yeah, people need to start naming their... Well, this week they did pretty good. All but one game, they changed the title from something other than record game, right? Got one here called Refill Romania, one called Duelo on High Plains. So, Juanitos are getting good at naming their games to some other interesting stuff, which I think is really important. Definitely is, because the ability to have recordings with different names lets me know, hey, are the games actually here for us to view, basically. Yeah. So are they? Oh, so they are here. So we don't actually have to reboot the game. That's awesome. That's awesome. Let's work for me. It's always good. Oh, what did Gaffa said? He said, you are making clickbait with oil owners. XD. Thanks for the advice. You cast well. Yeah, I love the good old clickbait, you know. Getting people in to look at oil wells. You know, I promote fossil fuels in every game that I cast because, you know, it takes oil rigs to win the Great War Age. So we love our fossil fuels and lots of oil owners, definitely. So let's start with this one called Tucanismo. What's that one? Sounds interesting. Tucanismo. And people let me know if the stream looks like it's stuttering or anything looks weird. I don't think it should if it's the legacy game, but you never know, right? It's always better to be safe than sorry. Alright. So, yeah. Who was in this game? So it was me and Danny versus Rommel and El Tieta. Oh, I think I remember this game. Yeah, I remember this game. I think it's the first multiplayer game I ever did playing as the new Argentina. Yeah. I didn't really like the way that it turned out, so I was like, you know, I'm not really going to waste one of my 5 uploads for the day on this. I'd rather do something that's a little bit more colorful, but we could cover it right now. There's some stuff to learn here. Yeah. We're on Mesopotamia, the Fertile Crescent. Got the Tigris here. You got the Euphrates somewhere over, or is the Euphrates over here? I don't know. Yeah, I gotta review my geography skills, but just know that there's 2 rivers there. Alright, so let's get started. So I am playing Argentina. I wanted to see how powerful the new cards were. The Team Early Cuirassier, the one with the leather caress. I just wanted to get a feel for how good this new Argentina is, pretty much. Danny, my ally, played as Spain. I thought he was Central America for a few seconds or some other weird civ, but then I found, oh yeah, he's doing Spain, so yeah. And then somebody else played Central America, was Rommel, right? I remember that now. And then El Tiata, Veringo, Angel, no matter what you remember this Juanito Peruano by, he's playing the Rainbow Civ, the Rainbow Coalition Civ, and it is indeed very rainbowy, if you know what I mean. So yeah, he's kind of idling here quite a long time. Oh, he waited almost a minute. Yeah. The thing is typically when you wait almost a minute to, you know, start playing the game, it's usually a death sentence, right? But not for the Inca. You know, the Inca, you know, they could probably be simping for you if they're waiting a minute to actually gather anything because of how godly OP they are. Yeah. Inca will always be the god civ of Wars of Liberty, you know. Nothing can beat Inca on a good day for Inca, right? Sometimes they have a bad day and they get beaten, but it's pretty rare, right? Unless you're using Chinese. For some reason, Inca doesn't like the Chinese. No, they really don't. Some odd reason, Chinese completely wipes out the Inca pretty much. I don't know why it is. They just get a really good build order with the consult against them. And if you ever want to beat Inca in like a Liga or something, basically just use China against them. Maybe Koreans can work too, but it'll probably have to be modified a bit differently. So my idea here was, let's go H2. Let's go for Team Early Cuirassier. I know for sure I'm going to be going for H2 with Sculptas. I didn't know if Danny might consider going with his Heavy Cab the Cuirassier in H2 along with me, because I have confirmed. I did confirm before that the card did work, so I wouldn't have picked the thing otherwise if I knew it didn't work, right? Because that would be kind of sad, right? Just wasting a shipment and not having the unit that's supposed to be there, but it did work, so that was perfect. Yep, and this is my deck, basically. So, my idea is you send 3 gauchos first. Pretty standard move. If you want to go super greedy, you can keep going with the Semalones. If you want to go straight up for hard anti-heavy infantry, which is recommended against Inca and civs like that, you just go for team, early cuirassiers, and go stable. Yeah. It's a good idea to get Semalones eventually because, well, you're going to need it for your late game to eat all those cows and the nice steaks that they're going to provide you and hamburgers and all that. So you need this. Butchers helps you gather it very quickly, and Saladeros basically make sure that the cows don't have to fatten up as much. They come in as semi-fattened. So they're fat but not quite fat, basically. They're fattish, basically. Fattish. Yeah. I keep the Pardo card available. Regimiento de Castas. It's a pretty solid shipment if you really want a quick army of polearms. It's the only way you can get these, actually, because they can't train them at the barracks. Got a shipment of the Infernales. And whenever I have time to do greed, I just ship in 4 gauchos. It's a pretty nice move to go with because you can do it again and again and again since it's an infinite shipment. Other than that, you got your crates here. You got your cavalry combat cards. You got advanced arsenal. And this is the problem I messed up in this game. It didn't matter too much, but I fixed it later. Was basically I had extractivism here instead of the instancia over here, and therefore I had this card here, San Lorenzo here, but I didn't have the estancia to actually train the horse grenadiers, so I had to fix that very quickly going forward. Other than that, though, I have an early shipment of the Choiquieros because it's a good mounted skirm. For an infinite shipment, I thought Yanets is probably good. It's good maneuver. It can fight assault units for me. It can fight artillery. That's pretty good. I mean, I don't think I'm going to want an infinite shipment of Escolta since I'll mostly be training them with this. Right, and I just sent the card right now. It says it works on Escoltas, Honor Guards, Hussatroopen, Kalulenkos, Tsushunke Prowlers, Household Blues, Mahouts, Mansabdar Mahouts, and Ironflails. So that basically means it benefits Latin American civs, European civs, nation-state civs in the Balkans, helps India out, it helps Korea out, and I think maybe 1 or 2 other instances, basically. For all the other civs that already get sort of like an early heavy cav, like Ethiopia or Egypt, depending on the way they handle their library, it just makes the train a little bit faster for them. Pretty much. Yeah, so that's about it. I'm gonna get an Italian wagon here. I figured out early on this is probably the way you want to go, because what it does is, number 1, it gives you 2 more villagers, which you can put onto the Italian house to give her food or coin, depending on which one you're lacking in. Also, the house itself will give you about 5 pop, so if you want to get a stable right away with your wood, you might already be able to queue up one Escolta immediately and get that flow going. Pretty much, yeah. Danny, on the other hand, seems to be going for more of a line infantry play this game. If we look at his deck, he has quite a few crates in here, has some unit shipments, has all the falconet or foot artillery shipments. So he's going pretty aggressive here. A lot of combat. As for Vringo El Tiata, he has crates, a pretty balanced Inca deck, a pretty typical one, I would say. He includes the Pucara fort in his deck. I used to, I don't anymore for some reason. It's a pretty solid fort. What the Pucara fort does, which the European forts don't do, is basically the Inca ones can have their spear upgraded to deal more multipliers against cavalry. So they're great at sniping assault units, scout units, and maneuver units, as well as mounted skirmishers. So anything with the shock tag, the Incan fort's going to generally do better than other civs. Violent Conquest, all the hand infantry upgrades, since hand infantry is the key to winning as Inca. In particular, their Huamaca. Yeah, those are basically the 2 bread and butter units, which we see shipments of here. The Manco Horsemen and the Huamaca. Yeah. Also, Varinga likes spamming out the Chazquais and shipping in Antarqui here to basically make his Chazquai become a real menace. Right now, they already have like 17 hand attack, which that's pretty powerful. It's close to, your everyday coyote runner, basically. And now it doesn't have any tags other than infantry, but, that's pretty serious, you know what I mean? It means the only thing that really has multipliers against it is the, Zwebs, things like that, the Louisiana Tigers, and artillery, as well as anything like the Spanish Lancer does. Yeah. And Varingo's already, going for his big thrusting tool right now, the Huamaca, with a very flexible spear. Too flexible, I should say. Very flexible. I think a Civ that has a rainbow-colored flag and has very flexible spears, and I do mean flexible, says it all about how they play. Wink, wink, wink. Yeah. But anyways, I'm thinking here, if I get the ball rolling now with the Escoltas, start training them now, we might have a chance here. We might have a chance of doing this. And I see, start queuing them up now. My theory is, okay, what makes the Escoltas a viable cap against the Huamaca is they have hand armor, so they resist about 30% of the damage that the Huamacas deal. Plus, they're dealing about 75 hand damage, not including their hack armor to them. Plus, a lot of hit points. So it takes a while to knock it down, even without that hack armor come into effect. Right? I ship in a couple of Infernales as a bit of a buffer, just to add a little bit of numbers to my army. Rommel, however, is going around the maps, trying to cause a bit of an annoyance here with his Escopiteros. Also moving some Escopiteros over here. Also some Macheteros as well. There's one population assault units that the Juanito Civs can make usually. Instead of a big heavy cavalry like the Escolta, the Macheteros prefer to be a low HP, low cost unit that's only one pop, but it does deal splash damage, right? You can lop off multiple heads at the same time with one machete. Bet you didn't know that, right? Wars of Liberty, you can definitely do that. Rommel's trying to cause a bit of a disturbance here. Fortunately, one civilian completely disappeared out of existence there, didn't even die. Just completely disintegrated from the Juanito shotguns over here. Unfortunately for Rommel, though, when you have a big army of cav like this, Escopeteros are definitely an Escopetero no-go, basically. So you really shouldn't have it, right? Kind of useless, right? Yeah. Really the best thing for Latin American civs from the common unit department against that is basically to make Pardos. Pardos tend to do pretty good on the barracks against the Escoltas. You could also obviously make the Inettes, which is even better, but that's an age 3 unit. If you're an age 2 dealing with early Escoltas, make lots of Pardos. That's what Pox did in our 2v2 with Daniel Pereira, remember? So, yeah, if you go full spam of Pardos against early Escoltas, you do have a chance at causing some problems for that player. And you'll force them to change up their mass a little bit and add more Escopeteros in. Because Argentina can actually train the Escopeteros now. Before, they can only make... here's the wacky thing of Argentina. There was a period in time, multiple periods in time, where Argentina had a skirmisher and a musketeer-style unit. And eventually that was taken away for something else, and then it went back to being a musket by itself, and now Argentina's back to having a skirmisher and a musketeer, right? So yeah, Argentina's been all over the place in terms of that. Varingo already has a pretty wide army of Huamacas here. Pretty big formation. And what I'm going to try to do is try to get out of here, right? You definitely don't want to be here. You don't want to engage with these until you're completely ready, pretty much. And what I'm thinking is, okay, I know that the Huamakas are going to be a serious threat, especially if they're backed up by some of these skirmish units. I'm also not aware really of what Danny's going to do. Danny here is going with his line infantry. He's going to back it up with the unction missionaries pretty much from the church. In Wars of Liberty, you don't have to ship the unction card to actually get the benefit of unction. It starts with them automatically when the game starts. Only problem is you only can make 4 of the missionaries here. So, you know, get them as quick as you can and keep them pretty safe to get that full power of attack out of them. It's going to be aging up. So here's one piece of advice. If you want to age up, just cancel all the villages in the queue and age up. You know, letting your age up sit in the queue for this long is actually very dangerous, because if you get rushed by a player, this means you're lacking literally 2,000 resources that could be going into your defense, right? You got 3 barracks here, but if you can't afford line infantry, no bueno, you're not going to get any worth out of it, right? So just, if you want to age up, cancel all your bills and get the age up done, because in between that age up time, you're going to be most vulnerable around then, right? Because you're taking all these resources that could go into these things and you're investing into it with something else. So, I mean, kind of have to prepare for that stuff, really. Yeah. So he should have canceled those settlers out and gone this age up right away. Right away. You know, I mean, I think that his unit choice, the line infantry, is kind of appropriate, right, for the Huamakas. Maybe a bit more risky against the Escopeteros because of their shotgun ability. They could definitely wipe out musketeer style units if you're not careful. So yeah, can get a bit risky for sure. Definitely. He's also picking up advanced arsenal. Kind of a greedy move. I mean, but if you can get paper cartridge and the other tech pretty quickly, I don't see a problem with that, you know. I don't see an issue with it. You better get it quickly, though, because if you wait, you know, you're just shipping that in and not sending in, like, one of these crate shipments or pikes, you might have a more meager army, right? So, if you're going to send a pretty greedy solution like this, you better get those techs quite quickly to make it worth your while. You know, is he making a arsenal anywhere? No, he's not, so I don't know what's going on exactly. I know what I'm doing. I'm going Escopetero with Scolta. And I'm going to try to mass up as much of these as I think I can get, right? Ideally, I should have a stack of, like, I don't know, like 30 or so Escopeteros in the real, you know, happy world circumstance. Like, I should have a pretty good number. If I have too few Escopeteros, Huamakas have the ability to swarm. And I don't want to get swarmed, because no matter how much power these assault units have, they will get wiped out by these multipliers of the Huamakas if you're not careful. They also have a good rate of attack, a really insane rate of fire, as they call it. And I'm trying to get a leg up on them and flank them here a bit, but unfortunately Veringo reacts. And now I'm getting swarmed. Basically, I'm getting thrusted with about, how much damage? About 60 damage with the quick rate of fire by multiple units at the same time. And it doesn't matter that I'm going with this really tough assault thing. It lasted good for a bit while, and then, guess what? Mr. Ally here only has 6 units. Very helpful, right? He did get a cannon from the age up, which is cool. He did have these other units here, which is great, but not where I need them to be. Yeah, you know. The problem with Inca is they're just really a nasty civ to deal with. And you don't have a lot of time to react to them when they start getting up in your face. It's really an unpleasant experience. Like, yeah. Very, very late to the party here. You know, a couple of unupgraded muskets with 1 cannon. That's not going to be too good. Not at all. I mean, honestly, Huamakas can wipe out cannons. They can wipe out heavy infantry. They can wipe out anything if you let the Inca player mass them up. But the thing is, they are expensive. They cost 70 food, 50 coins. So, mind you, they're pretty costly, you know. And it takes a while for the Inca economy, you know, since they don't get normal mining upgrades, right? To get enough of those trickle-related upgrades to actually get a solid eco. So, I mean, yeah. It's either better to rush Inca super hard at the start, or you need a really tough unit to blast away the Huamacas. Unfortunately, early Escoltas, to my disappointment, were not the solution to that. As you can see here, it was a total disaster, and I got wiped out. Poor Juanito Burrito over here is stuck with unupgraded musketeers against these things, so that's definitely not going to fly. Yeah. And I don't think anything else happened here that was very interesting, right? Just barracks getting slowly burned down to the ground, you know what I mean? And it's kind of funny, right? You know, it's technically the Spaniards that colonized the Incas, but here the Incas are colonizing the Spaniards. Reverse imperialism, basically. Reverse colonization. Yeah, pretty much. Two foot artilleries is shipping in. Well, this isn't our problem. See what I said about the advanced arsenal? He should have probably shipped this first and waited for this later if he wasn't gonna, you know, get the technologies for that. Because the thing is, I don't see an arsenal anywhere, so he definitely didn't macro his way towards getting these techs. So what he should have done is gotten these cannons first, then he would have had 3 falconets. And that could have fought the Huamacas, right? We could have actually built a bit of a defensive with that, right? And then his next shipment would be this one, and then he'd have 4 cannons, right? And that's pretty scary, you know what I mean? If I had all my Escoltas lined up against those cannons, maybe we could have defended that and forced Ringo to rebuild a bit. But, you know, maybe getting forced into the front lines would just, like, what do I have to look forward to? A couple of muskets in the back and like a cannon and some sailors? Yeah, that's not going to help you too much. So that was a done deal before it even began. It didn't matter if you had the missionaries doing their holy light from above stuff and praying and stuff. It's just not going to work. Yeah, just really bad overall. Yep. You don't want to watch all this, do you? Get houses getting burned down and the Juanito running back to his mama pretty much in fear of the angry Viringo Incas from Peru. The Juanitos, Peruanos chasing after you. Definitely don't want to mess with them. Yeah, basically just that. We can look at the post game and see numerically. Yeah, this is Inca. Look at how much resources they get between money. Like dinero wasn't even close in dinero. Like almost 9K here. Everybody else like only near 4K. Food, yeah, lots of food, lots of maize, lots of corn. Lots of corn over here, yeah. One thing they didn't have is very much wood, which is kind of surprising because they have a lot of flexible spears but very little wood. So how did they make those flexible spears then? Did they use plastic from China? What did they use to fabricate those flexible spears? Must have been plastic, I guess. 19th century plastic, perhaps. Yeah, it could be. Leandro Sanchez, Gafas. You will need an ME ally to produce tanks easier. Yeah, that is true. You know, Saudi Arabia with all their oil will grant me lots of tanks, lots of armored cars, and lots of planes, right? So yeah, I wonder what they're gonna do with the Saudis in World War One. You know, I mean, are they gonna give them the Buzz Lightyear not aiming for the truck meme for an upgrade, or what are they gonna get? They're gonna have to get something interesting, I think. They could go super hard meme-wise with Saudis in World War One, or they could maybe use something historically relevant related to oil gathering. I think it could go either or, honestly. Really depends, you know. I either see them going super meme with Saudis in World War One, or I see them sort of, you know, doing something related to oil economy and getting a really good trickle rate on them. So we'll see how that turns out exactly. Could really go either way. Alright, so now we're going to try to look at another game now. Let's see which one I can look at here. What do we got? We got this one with Ethiopia, Canada, Korea, and Hods. That might be a fun one. What is it called? La infanteria pesada está sobrevalorada. Yeah, that sounds okay, so we'll find that one. This one. La infanteria pesada está sobrevalorada. Okay. Alright, so let's pause this. Get the fog of war off. See where we are. We're in Jebel Musa. In Definitive Edition, it's called Tripolitania. So, probably around Libya, right? Yeah. I don't know where Jebel Musa is in real historical terms. Is it like near Benghazi and Cyrenaica? Is it near Tripoli? Where is it in Libya exactly? I don't know. You'll have to point that out to me. But anyways, we got some interesting Civ matchups here. We got the Hods. We have the not Hods. These are actually the Ethiopians, even though the town centers look almost exactly the same. Yeah, well, they look almost really the same, except for the funky zebra-ish cow hide on top of this one, and the Native American-ish hide on top of this one. And then on the other side, we got the maple syrup Civ, Canada, and the mukbang Civ, the Koreans over here. So basically, Koreans are going to do a lot of mukbang eating noodles and maple syrup sauce, basically, for us today, and cheese curds. That's probably how this is going to turn out. Probably. Almost guarantee it. But anyways, this is a pretty interesting map, you know. Tripolitania or Jebel Musa, whatever you call it. It's got some interesting choke points caused by these little cliffs, these entranceways into the plateaus where the players are actually housed. You got a nice central trade route that goes from here to here. Got about 3 trading posts. Got about 2 natives. You got one of the Jesuits, and then you got one of the Apache on this one. Mind you, this is in Legacy before all those fancy schmancy African natives were added to these kind of maps. So, unfortunately, instead of actual Africans, you get a bunch of Native Americans from the Southwest instead, compared with conquistadors. Very accurate. Very accurate. But anyways, one more thing I would point out too is you do have the water option here. So if you want to put a dock here, you can fish in this quadrant. You can sneak over here technically and grab this fish as well if your enemy players are very inactive and not watching more. Yeah, stuff like that. So let's get started. All right. I'll say in general, though, we seem to have a lot of solid players here today. We got Rommel, we got Vringo, we got Kaiser, we got Eternity. This is sure to please lots and lots of audiences. Unlike last game, where there was a bit of a imbalance, I think, in the team skill levels, basically here, both sides are very evenly matched. You know, Vringo with Kaiser, that's going to be a tough one. And then you got Rommel, a pretty good aggressive player, teamed up with Eternity, who can kind of do everything. You know, Eternity can literally do anything. He can rush very good, he's good at booming, he's good at reaching World War I and Imperial Age before any known human has ever done it before. He knows what he's doing with Ethiopia. He's probably one of the best Ethiopians there are, other than Alucard at this mod. So, yeah, this is going to be a really good match. And why is Ethiopian Wars of Liberty so scary? Because the way their library works out, that fancy building that helps the African civs age up with different colored technologies, right? Red, yellow, or blue. The yellow ones are indeed some of the deadlier ones because they actually return food crates when you research them. So Maria Teresa Tower here is basically going to grant Eternity some food, which again he can put that food right into again the next technology and the next technology and the next technology and the next technology. The only thing that slows you down, of course, is the coin costs For the technologies, it comes at level 3 and above, and then at level 5 and 6, it does cost a bit of export as well, which you get from spice stalls. But that doesn't really become a factor till later. Ethiopia will start out with grain economy. This is essentially the same as Colbertism for the Europeans. It's just a food trickle. The Ethiopians can make that fancy flatbread of theirs to get some extra food in their diets. And in terms of deck, we can see right away what's going to happen. So this is a Goa migration deck, mind you. And this is kind of important because what Goa migration does is it does nerf your villager training rate by basically by doubling the time it takes for villagers to train. But at the same time, it starts a queue at all town centers you have where they'll produce villagers for free. So basically like the Ottoman villager production system, only at half speed. And you can still train villagers for food while the free queue is going on. So you could technically have 2 queues of villagers working at the town center at the same time. It's really powerful. And mind you, Ethiopia eventually can get up to 5 town centers, that's right, because there's this card over here called Campania Majestica. And basically what it does is it gives you the ability to have another town center and a trickle of coin. So you get the benefits of capitalism and another TC. And the way African town center limits work is, starting from age 3, the town center limit goes up by 1, all the way to Imperial Age. So in Imperial Age, you can actually have 4 TCs instead of 3, and then you get 1 from here, so it leads to 5 town centers. Thus, 5 free villagers queuing up all at the same time at those town centers. Really, really powerful. Yeah. What Eternity's going to do, though, instead of doing a standard strat, he's going to ship in Degradados. This essentially gives you a group of Pistoleros and buffs their stats by 35%. That's hit points and attack. Essentially, these become really good sniping raiding units, right? 41 ranged attack, 202 HP. They're a real dangerous threat. They can wipe out a lot of stuff. Yeah. A lot of stuff. And they can fight off Hussars and Dragoons as well. But note, they don't have a multiplier against the Assault Cav. You know, I couldn't imagine a big heavy armored knight coming up against one of these cowboys and them basically cutting through that knight with a little cowboy knife. I just don't see it. You know, you might be able to shoot them from distance, but in terms of using the cowboy knife to essentially cut their way through the horse's armor, I don't think that's going to work too well. So that makes a lot of sense. Still able to afford more yellow techs, which again is going to provide more food crates. Coming up near the Koreans over here from, who are Koreans? That would be Kaiser, yeah. No, it's not Kaiser, it's actually Vringo. Have I ever seen Vringo play the Koreans before? I don't know if I've ever seen him do Koreans before. I've seen him do Japan before, but I don't think I've ever seen him do Koreans before. Why is he playing the Civ? I don't know. I don't know why he's playing the Civ. This is very, very strange indeed. I've never seen... He's having a great time doing it, I can tell. I mean, look at what's happening over here. He's literally running around in a giant circle just to avoid his vills to keep dying here, but he's losing way too much. Fringo's going to try to slow them down a bit and snare them using the hand attack of these monks here, but the monks are going to be dropped as a result of that, right? Because they do have the maneuver tag, which unfortunately these cowboys have a hand attack multiplier against maneuver. Yeah. That was kind of tricky though. I mean, man, this is a horrible hunting spot for Varengo. He literally gave Eternity the perfect raiding sniping opportunity. He lost so many vills from that. Poor Kaiser's going to have to really compensate for his ally there. Definitely he's going to have to. He's getting the barracks started right now, and he's probably going to make the Troupe Badida Marine. because the Troopa Diva Marine, even though it's like a sailor unit, which is normally better against ships and grenadiers, these ones from Canada are pretty strong in combat because they sacrifice some HP for a much better range attack. So they can actually fight regular units too. And they get a bit of immunity since they have the skirmish tag instead of the heavy infantry tag, so they really don't take all that much damage from other skirmishers, really. It's only like Scout Cav like the Lancero that really threatens them. And Heavy Cav too, because guess what? Sailors have a malice against all shock units instead of 1 or 2 types. So they kind of have to be careful with anything that's mounted on a horse, a camel, an elephant, or a Juanito that has more rapido feet, pretty much. Look at these cowboys go. Try to burn down that Grand Palace. Grand Palace is a pretty solid wonder, I must say, for Korea. It does 2 things. It basically acts like an Ottoman TC since it produces free villagers over time. And it actually lets you research the level 1 market text for Europe. So placer mines, hunting dogs, gang saw, great coat, and the blunderbuss. For double the price, but still, the fact that you have a chance again 10% additional hunting, mining, wood chopping, that could be pretty significant. And the ability to make your villagers extra durable against raids. You know, so you can avoid what happened to Varingo, basically. Even though it did happen to Varingo. Yeah, I bet Varingo was very sad that he couldn't get those techs, otherwise his vills would have probably survived a bit more. But what happens, happens, you know. Now, this is a good unit by Korea. These are the Youngs. These are basically longbowmen. Same as, like, I believe British longbowmen. So, they're pretty strong. You know, pretty strong unit. They have a pretty good range. A range of 22, actually. Their rate of fire is good. Yeah, they're great at just sniping musketeers. They're great at sniping dragoons. And they can fight other things too, because the rate of fire does give them that ability. Has Rommel gun the Town Destroyer in his deck? No, he's a amigo muy bueno. He does not use Town Destroyer to rip through wonders. Because see, what Rommel could have done is he could have gone Town Destroyer with this War Chief here, and he basically could have burned this wonder to a crisp. Because it's already pretty well taken care of due to the pistoleros. Yeah, but instead he's basically attacking Varingo with lions and tigers and not bears, oh my, basically. And the way Korea's gonna deal with that is just shoot them up with all these arrows, basically. These Korean arrows. Which is working pretty well. Also down the War Chief. Is Rommel using the fire pit yet? No, he's not. But he is shipping in some Kanya horsemen. He's got... Oh, and he went for FF too, so he has some of the elite forest prowlers working right now. Quite good. Oh, he has some other Kanya horsemen too that he developed because he went for the FF and picked up the Kanya horsemen shipments here. So how many does he have right now? Does he have all 11? He has 9 of them, so he lost 2 of them over here. Right, to Kaiser's units here. Does offer a bit of a unique problem for this team over here, because now you got a fully fledged H3 Hods doing Kanya Horsemen as well as their strong elite force power skirmishers. Looks like kind of horsemen are going to go for a raid once again. Varingo can't catch a break this game as villagers are always on the run. And yep, they get away. Sentries are sent out. They'll send them packing. Actually, lost a Kanya horseman right there, and maybe these monks might be able to finish this one off by snaring him. He's just going to sit there and try to bash him with his club as much as he can. Or his tomahawk, or whatever a Kanya horseman uses to combat. It shows a club in the icon, but maybe it's an actual tomahawk axe. Who knows? Who knows what they carry? Look at this big army of Trupa Dia Marines, though. This is going to be pretty strong from Canada. They also have some spontooners in the front to deal with potential shock units. So, like the Kanya Horsemen, maybe Ormos. And here is the phase from Ethiopia, where they become pretty annoying with Eternity. He gets up to age 3, and he's starting to make some Iskari skirmishers. The Iskari are a pretty fierce skirmisher. They actually have more multipliers than standard skirms do of 2.5, right? And their upgrades actually improves their range slightly. So they actually get, I think by Imperial Age they have like 22 range or something. Yeah, Iskaris could be a pretty dangerous skirmisher if you're not careful. You know, even for these Myung archers, they could have a problem with these. Now it looks like Eternity's going to be alerted to the threat, and Rommel's going to have to come and help, because this is way too much stuff for Juanita Boliviana to handle all on her own, basically. Trying to do a couple of Iskaris here to defend. Waiting for the forest prowlers to prowl their way to this front line over here to protect these cantonments. Cantonments are basically Africa's elitish building where their strong Age 3 style units reside. Garrison is like your Age 2 units. Cantonments like your Age 3 units, and then Age 4 units come from the palace, basically. Yeah. Looks like the Kanya horsemen are doing a good job on these archers here, and it's going to force the marine infantry back to maybe try to intercept, or just to retreat now. Yeah, this could be a serious problem here. It looks like these Trupadia Marines are completely caught off guard. And maybe they drove in too quickly to help their ally, and they should have stayed at home. He's going to try the best he can to micro here and save some of his stuff. Try to take out as many of these cav as possible so they don't become a problem later. He's able to take out 1, 2, 3. Can he get another one? Totally could get another one. But no, he might choose to just retreat while he can. Yeah, he has nowhere to go though because this is surrounded by water. It's a dead end. And he's dead. Dead end, that's why I call it a dead end. You end up in the dead end and then you die. Like that. Ooh, this is bad. Skari's sniping the Vills, building the Hwasong Fortress, I believe it's called, right? The Hwasong? Yep, the Hwasong Fortress. Yeah. The thing is about Wonders is they'll continue to keep building themselves even without villagers constructing on them. The only thing the villagers do is they help speed up the age-up process. But it will continue to age up even if you have no vills there. A building that basically builds itself. Like it's a living, breathing thing. Yeah, that's the interesting thing about the Korean building structures in this game. They have this ability called geomancy, I believe, where if you leave a Korean building alone after you've sieged it a bit and damaged it, it'll start to regenerate itself and its hit points even without you pressing the repair button, all for free. So Korean buildings are really nice at surviving a really long time as long as you can push the enemies off for a bit. But unfortunately here, you got a bit of a serious problem because you're trying to defend with archers and you're still Kanya horsemen making that kind of impossible. One prowler's gonna go down. Oh, the fort just went down. Kaiser's going to try to intercept with some light cavalry from Canada. Oh, but unfortunately the Oromo horsemen have arrived. These are Ethiopian assault cavalry. These guys do show up in Definitive Edition, but they work a lot differently. Basically, the way they work in Wars of Liberty, they're the same thing as the Spanish Lancer, right? They have multipliers against all infantry. But instead of a lance, they carry a showtail sword, which is apparently really good at cutting infantry from horseback. A very powerful sickle sword. And here they're doing pretty well against the light cap because they're not upgraded, and then the Ormos, being assault, have a bit of hand armor and some good hit points, so they can deal with out upgraded scout units. But then Hods make it even scarier, and they ship in French cuirassiers from the home city. Yeah, another powerful option. The Hods actually don't have a assault cavalry in their roster, so this is the only way they can even get any assault units at all until the World War I age, basically, or the Great War age, is through these cuirassier shipments, which do exist in Legacy as well. But I think in Wars of Liberty especially, they can be pretty powerful since they have a good hand armor here. Yep, that's a done deal. And there's the Byung-Yungs. Basically, dismounted dragoons for the Koreans. You know, they deal ranged and hand multipliers against the assault class. So they're pretty good against the Ormos, but not good against really anything else. But unfortunately, there was way too Ormos for them to even be good against that, so they were basically a useless Korean piece of mukbang noodle poop at that point. Yeah. Post-game. Ethiopia, best economy. I'm not surprised. They're always the best economy. Canada did pretty well there, but Korea, that's kind of scary. Korea have the worst economy. They're usually supposed to have the best economy, right? Not as good as Ethiopia, but second place. But they haven't had a worse economy than the Hods. And the Hods, oh god, that's pretty bad. Frango should stick to doing Inca. Those flexible spears with the rainbow flag definitely suit him well. Definitely. Hods did a lot of good work here in terms of kill count and rating. Excellent job. I think Hods did a great job at peppering up the Koreans enough to allow the Ethiopians to help do the finishing blow with their Askari and Ormos. So Rommel definitely did its job very well here. Yeah. I think because Ringo wasn't doing the best Korea here, it kind of pushed Canada to the brink, and they weren't able to get off many kills. You know, if you could get like double the number of Troop SDR Marines with maybe some spontooners, could have been a different story. But Ringo sort of fell apart there because of his bad his bad hunting spot. You know, we didn't try to herd Eddie Bear, and it kind of hurt him really badly there, for sure. Oh, it looks like Sogtalak is here, as well as James Mendez. Hola, let's see, GG. Hola, gringo. So, we got muchos bonitos bonitos for our streamer today. Yeah, we do. And it's actually about time we're going to do match number 3 now. Game number 3 of whichever one we want to do first. So, we'll see which ones we got. See which ones we want to do. Think we're going to get like a World War I game at some point? I would love to see one. I would love for somebody to record that for me, so it could cover all World War I stuff. That'd be very fun. What do we have here for rec games too? And if you're Juanito watching this and you have any game recordings you haven't posted on the Discord yet, now would be the time to do it probably, you know? Now would be the time to do it. What do we got here? So we got Sogtalok versus Danny. Is that a good one? Oh, let's see how that one goes. Let's see how that one is. Record game 1. Very creative name. Where is that one? Should just be this one, right? Record game 1. Yeah, hopefully. Hopefully it is. Alright, so it looks like Danny's playing Russia again. Civ he commonly does, and then he's going to be fighting Sog over here. Playing as the Argentinians, the original Sog Civ. Yeah, this is pretty good. Very, very good. Oh yeah, look at how cool this barracks looks. Yeah, this is the unique Age 1 design of the barracks for Latin American civs. You know how the European one looks like, right, with the little wooden fence and stuff, and the little shield and everything? This is how an Age 1 barracks looks for Latin American civs. So, you rarely ever see it except for on this map, which is Texas, because on Texas, of course, you start with the barracks and 2 towers. So this is a really cool, a really neat situation for you, for sure. And what are these? Are these readouts? Yep, these are regular readouts. Okay. So yeah, this is pretty fun. Pretty fun to see. This is Texas, of course. So, yeah, you got 2 trade routes here. Got the one over here. Has 2 trading posts. You got some natives on this map, of course. You got the Comanche over here. You got the Comanche on this side. So if you want to have some maneuver units, you got them. So yeah. Pretty fun map. And then you got, of course, got the big pond in the center of the map too. This was pretty big in the Definitive Edition casted game we did earlier, right, where we saw HV&I's team sticking monitors in the water and blasting and shelling at things. So that was pretty fun. Yeah, but anyways, let's get started and see who wins this thing. What's going on here? Is everybody playing? Alright. So everything's good. I was a little bit worried at the start of the game that the graphics might be too much and cause stuttering, but it's Wars of Liberty. It's an older game, so you actually can get away with having higher resolution and stuff on the stream and recording stuff usually. So yeah, that's good. I wonder what strategy Sog's gonna go with here, and before we get too deep into the game, I gotta check that phone real quick. Just a little baby call. It's always good. Well, I'd rather not get any calls at all, but you can't always avoid them. So, what can you do? But let's continue. Yeah, I'm wondering what Sog's gonna do versus Russia here. Argentina has a bunch of options now. If they run into Cossack problems or Plastuni problems with the Russians, they can do their Infernales or possibly Patricio Musketeers. If they're dealing with a lot of line infantry, they can switch over to early Escoltas or Escopeteros, right? The one weird situation, of course, is what you do versus Unstoppable Streletzes, right? Since they are a skirmisher and you don't have Lanceros, right? But there is a kind of an easiest answer to that. What you actually want to do versus Unstoppable Streletzes is actually go with Skolta. Because Escolta is an assault tag unit. And since the Cantoness, which in the Legacy game is Streletsy, has a malice against is actually the assault tag and not the scout tag. So since it's sort of like a skirmisher, it actually deals less damage at range against the assault class. Pretty interesting, right? Bet you didn't know that. So basically, early skirms, sort of like the crossbowman class of stuff, tends to have a malice against scout units. Late game skirmishers tend to have a malice against assault units. And then naval infantry, naval skirmishers like sailors, marines, for whatever reason, have a malice against all shock units. So just a bit of knowledge for you to know, because it might save your life one day, especially if I'm not there to win the game for you. So keep that in mind. Keep that in mind, because I'm not always going to be there to save you. I mean, I'll probably try to be there to save you, but you know how it is. But anyways, looks like Sog did update his deck with this patch. He has the Team Early Cuirassiers card here. He also has Leather Cuirass here. So this is exactly the type of cards you would want to add to the new deck, basically. Right? Lots of crate cards here, and also the Patricio shipment instead of the Infernale one that I use. It does give Sog some interesting options. I think he's either A, going to go for maybe Patricio, or B, he's going to go for Escolta in H2, or a combination. He could also do Escopetero Patricio, since he has that option now. And this is the Russian deck. I mean, pretty good. It's not bad. I mean, he's got Sevastopol. This is definitely a good card. But he doesn't have National Redoubt. Warning. Should have National Redoubt. It gives you an extra fort. It lets the line infantry build the fort. Why wouldn't you want it? You go through the trouble of having improved buildings, but you don't get National Redoubt. Hello? Why wouldn't you do that? Barracks hit points is pretty good, though, because you got the blockhouses, which are pretty much fortified barracks, so that's pretty strong. Also, it's got all the training cards you need, both dueling and fencing school. Royal Mint, not bad. So yeah, I mean, it's definitely a way to play Russia. I'm not complaining about that. I wouldn't get all these like late game infantry shipments, though. I would like put coin here, I would put refridge here, maybe textile mill, or maybe another shock unit combat card here, like the one that benefits Plastuni and Cossacks or something. Or Cav Combat, too. Russia's aging up with the Artisan. It's the same as the Core Master, so you get about 400 wood with it. Pretty standardish age up in any Age of 3 game. Age of Empires 3 game, Age of 3. One immigrant is Argentine again, so he's kind of sticking to my philosophy of the Italian immigrants being good here. You know, Italian house obviously gives you more 5 pop. The 2 villagers it comes with, you can obviously start gathering right from that Italian house, basically, you know? If you don't know anything about Italians, right, they love their tomato plants, you know? They keep them outside in gardens outside of their homes, so effectively you can either gather the tomatoes and make some nice pasta sauce or pizza sauce with it, Or you can sell the tomatoes to your neighbors and make some money, right? Some coin that you can put towards your infantry and artillery. So, got options basically. Yep. Let's see where he puts the Italian house. Puts it somewhere around here, right? And here's the colony. The one downside to Italian immigrants in age 2 is they don't have any immigrant battalions available until age 3, right? They're Tatterdemalion and then they're Legion Agricola, right? So you do have to wait a little bit before you can actually get very aggressive with this colony. The only really aggressive colony Argentina gets is the Polish with their Danube Legion Grenadiers. But honestly, in this situation, if you're going to Skolta, you're better off just going with the Italians, I think, just for the extra pop and having the 2 villagers to help you pave your way towards more Skoltas in terms of food gathering all those tomato plants for you. I don't know if it's tomato plants, it probably is, you know. Italian households have a lot of basil and oregano as well, could be that. But I don't think you're going to live on basil or oregano. You're going to have some meaty tomatoes for that purpose. Same colors coming back again. 1 second. Had a bit of a delay there. It was a kind of an urgent thing I had to give some information for, so we're back now to do some more casting. Alright, so hopefully people make it back for the rest of this match, which is most of the match. But right now we're going to see what Argentina's going to do against the Russians. And it looks like here we see a barracks from Argentina, so we're probably looking at Patricios. And on the Russian side, we got a blockhouse, which is the typical start for Russia. They got double. Oh yeah, you get double blockhouse because you start with 2 defensive structures. So this is really good for Russia. They don't even have to invest any wood into the structures, basically. Now, this is a lot of houses for Russia to make. Pretty shocking number of houses, actually, so I'm pretty surprised by that. Yeah. It's going to be population for... Well, here's the thing. Blockhouses also give you a bit of pop as well. So I don't know why you need that many houses as Russia. Just saying. Gonna be shipping in the Cantonese. And again, placer mines, hunting dogs. Alright. I think if he sticks to Cantonese, he might be in good shape here if he decides to train that from the blockhouses he has. He's going to be making a temple. A temple is not a bad idea. See, what the temple does in Wars of Liberty, which it also does in the Fan Edition, is it does trickle experience points over time. So it'll help you acquire your other shipments a teeny weeny bit quicker. And seeing as Danny has also picked up a trading post, it means he is going to be able to reach some of these shipments he wants a little bit quicker now, right? So these crates, maybe some of these upgrades here for the buildings and the training. So yeah, I mean, he's got some options. I like how he has advanced arsenal to beef up the line infantry too, since Russian line infantry or musketeers in Wars of Liberty are a bit stronger. Right? They benefit from a Royal Guard upgrade, the Frontovic, hence what I call myself in the Discord currently, Unstoppable Frontovic. So yeah, it's basically a nice little boost that'll give them 10% additional stats, basically. Yeah, pretty much. And what's going on over here? Oh, he's trying to... He was thinking about pushing out with the Patricias right away, and he probably realized... Whoa, wait a second. He's probably got blockhouses. He does have blockhouses there. It's deep in the heart of Texas here. He's got defensive structures. So, yeah, I'm not going to push in there with just a couple of Patricias and have them get totally sniped. Yeah, good move, Sog. Good move on that part. Yeah. Oh, and I was checking in the chat, too. It's Stefan Mitrovic is here. He says, I am back from tournament. My team played second. I won every game, but my teammates messed everything up a bit. 2 of them. I got tournament on 24 and 25, then going to do other country for vacation. Until then, I can cast. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. So, would you mind casting next week, maybe? With us? That would be pretty cool. Yeah. You could come back next week, Stefan. You could help cast with me on the Definitive Edition stream and the Wars of Liberty stream. Yeah. Because of the phone call delays we had today, I really don't want to swap around too much time to readjust the audio and the stuff to have a caster with me. So it's better we convene next week to do some casting together. You know, kind of want to get through these games today since we already had a bit of a 10-minute or so delay from the phone calls I keep getting. Yeah, pretty much.
Что? A sus órdenes.
Para un leñador.
Huh. Okay, so, doing a livestock pen with a pasture. Did he get Cimolones? Yes, he did get Cimolones. So, this is a really good card to send because it doesn't only give you a pasture, it does increase... It decreases the time it takes for cows to keep spawning for free from the pasture over time. So, it's really good for that. And while he's doing the free pasture production of cows, it looks like he was also training cows from the livestock pen as well. So he's really trying to get these cows fattened up as quickly as possible. Which, it makes sense, yeah. The thing is you do have access to other animals other than cows too, as the Argentine. So, I mean, having a livestock pen is not the worst idea. You know, doing a bit on the side, you can make some pigs, some cerdos. You can even make the zebus, which are really food-packed versions of the cows. They're like these big, bulky white cows with like 1,000 food, you know. It takes forever for them to fatten, but when they fatten, you're going to be eating steak for a very long time, and you're not going to be eating, you know, beans and rice like the Mexicans do for quite a while. Yeah, definitely. Looks like artisanal cannon with Patricio for Argentina. I think it's a pretty solid build for Argentina to do because essentially the muskets are going to fight off any shock units like the Cossack, like the Plastoni, and then the artisanal cannons are going to be good against infantry, basically. Yeah.
Готов. Приказ будет сделано.
There's a lot of infantry, though, from the Russians. Yeah, I feel like if you got a pretty solid mass like that with both Cantonist and line infantry as Russia, you might be able to essentially have a strong push against this little combo here. Because the thing is, while the artisanal cannons are great against infantry, you can overwhelm them by large swaths of infantry like this. You know what I mean? And if I feel like Danny's going to spam out even more infantry from these blockhouses, which you can afford, mind you. Yeah, that might be a problem for SOG, because SOG is mostly focusing on sort of unit quality right now, doing mostly artillery, whereas Danny's mostly doing quantity. And I think quantity usually wins against units like the artillery, because even if you don't go into melee to negate their pierce armor, you still can overwhelm them with lots and lots of bullets shooting at them at the same time. So, I mean, I think Danny has the right idea here, honestly. Danny doesn't win a lot of games, but I think right now what he's doing is actually a pretty good idea, honestly. Should work pretty well. And considering both players are in age 3 already, yeah, I mean, he could actually get some pretty good upgrades here. He could pick up the Cantonist Combat and boost up his Cantonists. He could pick up Ransack and start sieging now. He's going to get the wood, though, right now, probably to get some more houses and afford some more Cantonists. Because going mass Cantonists right now, while Argentina does not have a stable, could be a very tempting option, honestly. Yeah, the thing is as skilled as SOG is, he's just not building a substantial army right now for the resources he's got. He's got a lot of food here and coin. He could certainly be going double racks right now. He is going to be spending the wood, though, to get the Inspired or the Veteran upgrade on the... wait a second. What is he doing? What is he doing? He's getting Inspired Escopetero. That Juanito, that silly Juanito, he's upgrading with the wrong upgrade. Yay, wrong upgrade. Is he doing this on purpose? What is he doing that for? It's the wrong upgrade. Inspired Escopeteros. Is he going to realize it, or is he going to let it happen? Oh my god, he just upgraded a unit he's not even making. How do you mess up? I've done that before, but still. How could you do that to yourself? What are you doing? These are going to be dry, unupgraded Patricios with only a combat card, infantry range combat, against this big, massive Russian stuff. If Danny loses this, I don't know what to tell you, Danny. Danny boy, I don't know what to tell you. You better win this. I think he can win this. He can do it. I'm not saying that he can win this. He will win this. He better win this. Your country's on the line. You better do it. And what is he aging up with, politician? He's getting the colonel. I'm assuming that's line infantry, I believe, or Cantonists. It's even more military units. He's picking up the combat card on the... He's getting the veteran upgrades, too, on the infantry. On the skirms, which is the most important one. Yeah, I think he might win this. If he's very smart about this, which he might be. Oh, he's got line infantry here. Well, see, if it was me, I would have had like a steel gun shipping in here, and I would have just... this would be destroyed. But I think even with just what he's got right now, he's good, because now he knows, okay, beep 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 beep, I'm being attacked. He's gonna send all these after him, and yeah, I don't think anyone can mess this up, right? No, why are you doing this? Why are you retreating? Do something. Do something, you beta male. Go after him. Don't be afraid. You got the army advance. Well, what is he doing? Engage. Oh, he went in this. Did he go into Oh, he went into melee mode. Okay. Okay. I would have went into melee mode with these, though. Because these don't have a lot of melee attack. These, though, these got quite a little bit more. Oh my god, he just messed it up, didn't he? Danny, you just messed it up. You just messed it up. You messed it up somehow. You weren't supposed to mess it up. The guy literally got the wrong upgrade on his heavy infantry. You weren't supposed to mess this up. You messed it up somehow. You had one job to do and you didn't do it. I'm sorry. Coming off a little too hard. But seriously, though, when somebody gets the wrong upgrade and fumbles it that hard, you're supposed to win that. You're not supposed to fall for this. What is he doing? He's going in the melee again with them. Don't do that. They only have 6 hand attack. Well, don't do that, please. Your nation is on the line here. Don't do that. This is... What kind of a meme is this? This is like the most meme-ish... Did Sog get the wrong upgrade on purpose or something because he knew Danny was going to do this thing? What is he doing? What is he doing? He's putting everything in the melee. He's not even shooting at him now. What is he doing? What is he doing with this? He's gonna go into melee with the... Oh, and now he figured out what he's doing just doesn't work, and now it's too late. Now we figured it out. Alright. Now we figured it out. Now Danny Boy knows what to do. But was it too late, though, is the question. I think it is. If he did this from the start, it's tried to shoot away the Patricios and then go into melee or whatever with the cans. Yeah, I think it would have been alright, man. Or if you just, I don't know, put 2 heavy cans in your deck of Russia, which everybody does. Yeah. Okay. 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 Alright. Okay, sure thing. Okay, alright. I mean, wow. This was one of the most wackiest matches I've ever seen of Wars of Liberty. It's something that belongs in Liga B. Like, wasn't Danny in Liga B? I think he was in Liga B, right? But Sog played this one like he was in Liga B for a second by getting the wrong upgrade on his infantry. He got the upgrade for Escopetero instead of Patricio, so he spent 200 wood and 200 coin for Lily. Absolutely squat. I mean, that's gotta hurt, right? The way Danny's handling it, I mean, Zog could basically have decided to rush him with villagers, probably, and still... he couldn't have done that, but... Yeah, basically, you know, just upgrading the cans alone was enough to win this thing. Now he's making partisans. I mean, yeah, partisans are good here. I mean, he probably could have made some of those earlier and rushed the cans with them, since the partisans can dish out some decent melee damage. I mean, it's not the best. I mean, you'd probably be better off with Pastuni, but still. See, what you could have done here, which might have been good, is he could have just spammed out a bunch of Pastunis alone if he wanted to go melee. Like, Pastuni is actually technically favorable here because it is assault. You know, it is meant to be dealing with things like bayonet infantry really well. So, I mean, he could have made an army of, like, Pastunis, ransack the cannons, and then engage in a decent melee with the Patricios, which at that time weren't as big of a mass. And I think you would have had victory within your grasp, honestly. But I guess not. Maybe Danny doesn't know too much about the Pastuni. No, it's basically a 4th blockhouse unit option you got at the blockhouse. Yeah. Pretty much. And what makes it especially good is it gets a charge attack where it does a bit of splash attack called the swastika attack, and then engages into like a normal standard melee. You know, it doesn't have any fancy schmancy multipliers, but it's great for sniping cans, and then it can engage in a decent 50-50 melee with like these musket units, because as you know, looking at the bayonet, you see that their multiplier against the assault class isn't as strong as it is against the scout class, right? It's only 2x, whereas for scout it's like 3. So since Pastuni is an assault unit, it actually can withstand a little bit more abuse from the bayonets of it, basically. Well, it's the only issue, of course, is it's a dismounted assault unit, so it's not going to have as much hit points as a 2 or 3 pop assault unit on horseback. So, I mean, yeah, take that into consideration too. But definitely, I would rather have gone Pastuni here instead of charging into melee with Cantonus. That was just a horrible throw of about, I don't know, like 300, 400 wood and about 1.3k food. Yeah, that's basically it. Yeah. Yeah, the exposed economy is going to be wiped out very quickly here. And is this basically it at this point? He's going to train a couple more Cantonists, and he's going to ship his H4 shipment of the line infantry in to cap it off. Not going to do anything at this point. Yeah. I mean, he probably could dominate against this with Pastuni or just managing his infantry better. Like, he should have probably shot away the Patricios first with both the Cantonists and the line infantry, and then engage in the melee with the Artisanals potentially. If you engage the Artisanals while you're getting shot at by all these musket units, now you have a reason for why you're dropping like a fly then. That's basically it. Yeah, I mean, basically. Simple as that, I mean. Basically it, right? Like, play fast. Pew, pew, pew. Cannons. Oh, steamroll. Yep. That's basically it. I mean, like, economy-wise, yeah, Sog definitely had a better eco. He's got the herdable economy of Argentina. Did he end up getting butchers in time? Yeah, no, he didn't even need butchers. He was fine with just no eco at all, besides just eating the cows as they are, you know. I mean, he just ate the steaks without butcher knives, you know. He used little baby forks and knives to eat them, and that works, you know. Herdable gather rate is good even without butchers, but if you get butchers, it's like really fast, and you only need like a handful of vills to do it. The rest of the vills can either be mining, chopping, farming, doing something. So, I mean, try to get butchers sooner rather than later. That's usually the best thing to do, really. And where did he put the fort? Right here, so he got a fort. Yeah, I can see that. And eventually he's probably going to switch to Choiki arrows too, I can see. That probably would have annihilated any heavy infantry possibility for him. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, I just want to see how many kills that they killed. 250 over 61? Wow, that is really frightening. That is frightening. Definitely frightening. Definitely frightening. Yep, I was just writing a message to Stefan Mitrovic. I guess he was heading to bed. You know, he's been doing a lot of chess lately. You know, he's like a chess wizard as much as he is an Age of Empires 3 wizard. So I mean, you know, he needs his rest for that. Chess is not an easy sport to play. You know, it's almost as hard as Wars of Liberty is. You know, I'm kidding. Wars of Liberty is definitely easier than chess. But either way, if you can do both, you're probably a demigod in your own right. Just saying. Yeah. So now I'm going to restart the game, and we're going to look at game number 4 now. Load this thing up. Do they leave any more games in the section? Yeah, I'm going to keep checking that too as we're doing the stream, because if they pull anything else in there, I may as well. Yeah. Oh, what's that one called? Let me see this one. I want to download though. I think I might not download this one. Definitely want to check this one out. So it's got parentheses 4 on it. Okay. Let me get that, and I'll put it. Yeah, let's try this one. This one looks pretty good, and I'm not in it too, so I don't have to watch myself play again. Yeah, which is always good. It's always nice. You don't have to watch yourself play constantly. You know, I don't mind gloating about myself, but I don't want to do it the whole stream. Right? Yeah. And it wouldn't really be gloating since they weren't the best games, because there was a lot of imbalance in terms of the civs and the teams and stuff. So I don't know. But yeah, this is looking like an interesting one. So they're playing on, I forget what this map is called. It's the one with the South Asian swamp environment, right, where there's all these little streams going through. There's elephants. There's the little cliff over here. So yeah, I remember this map. I forget what it's called though. It's very Asian-y and very Gandhi-y, because you got elephants, you got the Indian Nikolai on it, and it's like a little swamp, you know. The one thing to know for this type of map is it's never a direct route right to your enemies, since you have to walk around this big bulky canyon cliff over here. And then you can obviously build within these marshy areas. You can build on the green grass, or maybe slightly next to the dirt over here, but you can't build in this swamp water, right? Because if you tried to put planks of wood in this stuff, it'd get nice and wet and soggy, and you know, lots of black mold, which is not good to breathe in. Please don't breathe it in. You know, so definitely build on dry land. Don't build on wet land. You know, your structure might fall apart, and again, you don't want to breathe in that nasty mold. So, yeah. Let's start the match and see what we got here. So we got Viringo playing the Viringo Juanito Peruano of Peru. We got, and he's allied with Hishe playing as Italy. History always plays Italy. Sog has Egypt. Sog has a pretty interesting way to play Egypt. I don't think he usually goes for the total FI that I do. He tries to be more early aggro with the Fellahin and the Spearman and stuff. I'm wondering how he's going to do here. And he's teamed up with Cerbero, who is using Gran Colombia. Huh, that's kind of interesting. This has the potential of being a very aggressive combination. See, what you can do on any part of the map is you can take advantage of Egypt's caravan functionality, right? You're building some caravans, so those big hunky stinky camels can basically carry your building wherever you want, and then you can train stuff anywhere you want as Egypt. And then as Gran Colombia, your units like your infantry and cavalry can actually construct tents, right? They can build a tent barracks, a tent stable, and a tent which is a house, right? And they're basically cheaper versions of your normal military buildings. The only downside is they're a bit more flimsy, so they're easier to siege down, and you can't upgrade stuff there. So you still need like an actual real-world barracks and stable to upgrade your infantry and cavalry. But if you just want to rush an Age 2, tents is totally fine to do for that. Tent barracks, tent stable, and then some tents around it to keep the pop-up, right? Yeah. One thing to know about the tent 2 is it only gives you 5 population instead of 10. So yeah, you're going to have to build like 2 tents to get the same equivalent of 1 house. But some situations, adding a tent instead of a house might be okay. Pretty much. So what decks are they going for here? I would like to know. Especially on Egypt. Egypt's going to make a huge difference here. Okay, so we're looking at resource crates, Muladi Heritage, Regulares. It's basically like fencing school for the Egyptians. We got Cairo Revolt, caravans are cheaper. Kaftan is basically like an HP upgrade for all your garrison units basically, except for the firebrands. So, I mean, he's probably an FF deck for Egypt, honestly. I mean, you got some like early upgrades here, but I think it's better to go FF and get the Ascari shipment, maybe the Maharesti shipment. Basically, the difference between a normal escort dragoon and a Maharesti is the Maharesti is basically a camel-mounted dragoon that has a quick shooting revolver that fires multiple shots, basically. So it shoots really quickly, and it claims on the description that it's good rating, which it can be. It can be pretty good against villages. In particular, once you get this card, the Ibrahim campaign, Maharestis now deal more damage against villagers, so it does actually give them a really good multiplier against vills. Yeah, that's sort of the theme of Egypt. Well, the one that it's supposed to be. So, when the Wars of Liberty devs and Blame to Haddis were designing Egypt back in the day about a decade ago, or before that, the idea of Egypt was they were going to sort of be like this insert kebab, holy Islamic raiding civ, Basically run your caravans around people's bases, attack them from all sides, and they don't know what hit them, and just hit and run constantly. That was the idea of Egypt. Did they turn out like that? Well, sometimes they do, but usually not. What you usually use Egypt for is going for an FF or an FI to get some really powerful units, and then those caravans, yes, later on can be used aggressively like that. But it's usually the first hit of the FF and FI that's supposed to be the real big blow, and then the caravans later can give you a bit of an advantage with the mobility, It's not as cut and dry as the devs probably envisioned it to be, but it's kind of close to it. I mean, yeah, pretty much, Yeah. And it is true that the Palace Caravan that you get with the FI does act pretty well on the front lines because it does shoot cannonballs of it, which can damage artillery, infantry, and buildings. So that part is true. Now, what are the enemies going to do here? Or rather, the Italians and the Peruvians. So, Ringo's deck, he's got a lot of economy here. He's got Apeliceria, he's got extractivism, which is the same as eco theory. Pisco Distillery is the same as Rum Distillery. It's got Gran Cacao, which is the same as Textile Mill. Casa de Moneda is the same as Royal Mint. And then Refridge is Refridge. We all know what Refridge is. Now, this one, Rubber Boom, for those that don't know, it's basically like an Age 4 eco upgrade that benefits both your plantation-style buildings and your gather rate from trees. And for any maps that happen to have rubber trees on them, which is not very common, it does allow you to gather coin a bit quicker from those rubber trees. Right, so yeah. Maps like those on the Amazon or a couple of other ones will have those rubber trees. So if you happen to be on any of those maps, good card for you. If you're not on one of those maps, Rubber Boom is still great because it helps your late game coin eco while also helping your wood eco a bit too. Because normally you have to go out of your way to get some wood economy. You have to get exotic hardwoods or something like that. So if they can bake it into a plantation upgrade, that's pretty good. And I'll take it. So indeed, Egypt did go for an FF here. And they're going for Ahimadiado scripts. This is a really good FI based shipment because what it does is it basically gives you shipments that come out 75% faster, so it cuts it down to a quarter of the shipment arrival time. Right, so yeah, that's basically what it does. Yeah. So how many shipments does he have for? He's got the Mamluk shipments, Fellahin shipments. So yeah, this might actually be FI, now that I'm looking at this. You know, it's pointing to me that he's going FI. But instead of going right for the, quicker Age 4, he instead spent a bunch of wood and coin on getting lots of Bedouins. He's getting Trans-Saharan trade now, which to me, I don't think that was the best move on Sog's part. He should have gone Trans-Saharan trade at the very start of the game. And why do I say that? Because what Trans-Saharan trade does, it's a trickle of export. And you do need export to get those level 5 and level 6 library techs for the blue upgrades. And reason why he goes for the blue upgrades is because they are the cheaper upgrades, right? They're the cheapest, but also the slowest researching. So normally what you do when you're doing an Egyptian FI is you go with all blue technologies. And it looks like now we can afford the professional bureaucracy, which is the 5th one. Looks like he is getting spice stalls though from this spice shop caravan here, so he should be able to get the 6th blue tech pretty quickly, and then they'll be able to start shipping in Age 4 units. So Malin guns, Mamluks, Nafatoons, all that. So now he has this. He has got Ascari, Meheresi. So he's got really a good variety of. I don't know about this though. I would have rather just had 4 revolving cans here myself, personally, because I feel like you're rarely going to be, but I could be wrong. Maybe it is important that you can cycle through the red and yellow library text pretty quickly after you get to the FI. Maybe. I just don't know how you're going to be really getting enough resources that early on to really need the quick library progression at that point. You've already did the brunt of the library work you needed, so I don't know. This was a nice thing they did for, I think it was patch 1.1.1a was. They actually improved the library sequences to give you a cantonment caravan instead of a quarry one, because the quarry one was kind of useless, to be honest. I mean, the spice shop was pretty useful, but people going for FI, having a cantonment caravan is a lot better than a quarry, because basically if you can get some of the red text going at some point, then you're going to be able to start getting your cantonment units going once you reach that level. Right, so yeah, that's that. Looks like these Mushitero... Oh, yep, Gran Columbia's going with Mushitero. Looks like the cantonment's moving forward. Can't Kengsog afford his library tech number 6 on the blue yet. Yes, he's getting it right now, which is Sultanate. The most important thing you need to know is it gives you a palace caravan and it brings you to an industrial age once you get to it. At least when you're only doing blue techs. If you're doing a mix of others, then it might actually land you into the Imperial Age. Yeah, which is really good. Oh, he's going for the Felahin first. I mean, maybe. What he should do then is he should try to re-macro and try to get to library red number 3. So he can at least get the veteran upgrades on these going. See, the problem with the Felahin is it is a scout unit, so it actually isn't heavy infantry. So, I mean, Skirmish does have to work a little bit hard to take them out per se, but they only have 70 HP. What makes the Felahin dangerous is its quick rate of attack with its 2 daggers, and it has multipliers against villagers, so it's actually more of a raiding style scout unit, more akin to almost like an Oprishnik, only it doesn't have that great of a siege. It doesn't have a specialty against artillery besides its quick rate of attack. It's going to try moving around these protective line infantry that are securing the perimeters, but I feel like, wow, Hishe has done a great job at basically covering these corners. As soon as he starts his gut into one of them, yep, beep beep beep, it's going to give him a warning that the Felahin have entered here, and now the other groups of the line infantry are going to be able to move in. Yeah, he's going to be able to reposition now, which he's doing right now up here, and yeah. Well, that's the thing, like, once he convenes these groups of line infantry together, I think, essentially, Hishe is going to be able to protect against this pretty well. Especially these trees. These trees are excellent. You know why? Because it's reducing the number of Felahin that can actually engage with one unit here. Which, oh, but then you get the Palace Caravan. See, this is the Palace Caravan. This thing is a monstrosity. It deals about 60 crush damage with 3 splash. So this thing is very vile to deal with, you know. And it's not even like a normal military. It's not a unit, it's a building, so it has 5,500 HP. So it's almost like a cheat unit, basically. Like this big godly myth unit that runs through enemy bases and supports your army, basically. Yeah, it's pretty powerful. Pretty powerful. Oh, and then Gran Colombia supporting with Conscripto, Escopitello, and Machitero. Fortunately, Varingo's sleeping on the job again, and he doesn't have a lot to protect his ally with, just some Machiteros. Too busy looking at Juanitas Peruanas, probably, on his telefono, cellular, probably. I wouldn't put it past the poor Juanito. Let's see. Machiteros are going to make a decent engagement here, I think, until the Machiteros engage with him. Then it's going to become a fray. Yeah. Yeah, I think Team Egypt is winning right now because all I think Egypt needs to do is they need to get some of their more hardcore shipments going. He could start right now shipping in the mound guns, and he'll be effectively winning this right now. He could even ship in the Maharesti or something, or the Ascari. The 24 Spearman shipping is also pretty underlooked. You know, I mean, it does do a great job, especially if you can get some quick upgrades on them in Library Red 3 of the text. Oh, most definitely. Oh, he's going to catch this tower in construction. Can he wipe it out? Oh, Varingo's helping out with the fort here. Fort Brimstone Hill. It should really have a Peruvian name, shouldn't it? Brimstone Hill. That sounds really British or American to me. I don't think that sounds very Juanito-y to me at all. Not Juanito-y in the slightest. Juanito-y, yeah. Varingo should really also consider how much res does Varingo have? He should really start getting veteran on these Musketeros. It's an upgrade for him. The inspired Musketeros. I think he's just looking for an area to cause pressure right now because he knows right now a direct fight with these Juanitos is not going to be a preferred idea by any stretch. Hishe has the veteran upgrade on his line infantry, so they're pretty keeping up with the upgrades a bit. Does he have any? He has no like unit shipments here. He's probably gonna get counter cavalry combat for the this and this to get the HP and the general stats up again. Yeah, I mean that's probably what I would do. Oh, Ascari, Mamluks, Ascari, Saga's got it all now. So I mean, this could be a real serious problem. What I think you do is Hishe is you probably try to go back near Varingo's fort, reconvene, maybe Varingo gets some of his white cannons or his Grieve cannons, and you try to pop off some of these artillery. And try to stall it out as much as you possibly can. Definitely make sure this agricultural wagon, I wouldn't consider that a safe spot myself. Ideally, you probably want this thing to be behind the fort somewhere. Or over here near Varingo. Because you don't want to waste this wagon. See, agricultural wagons, even though they can construct mills, do cost 500 wood. So you end up paying like really an extra 100 wood to get your mills out as Italy. And if you lose 500 wood very quickly for placing here, that's pretty game-changing hit to for the most part. Yeah. I don't know if Hishe really knows the extent of what's going to happen here. Seems to be just making some Alpini right now. The good thing about the Alpini, though, is they got a good range. So, I mean, they're going to be able to stay out of a lot of trouble, I think, as long as they keep their distance here. I think they have a range of about 24, I believe. Yeah, 24. So, I mean, yeah, they're very long range. Quite good at keeping that range going. Picking up another upgrade on the line infantry. Yeah, this card benefits specifically Ares, pikemen, and line infantry. And mind you, Italy's pikemen gets to rear guard the Picciotto, so I mean, getting that combat card rarely affects 3 of your late game units. Your maneuver unit, your musketeer unit, and your polearm unit. So definitely counter infantry combat is a great pick for you as Italy in terms of late game potential cards. Oh, Hisei's going to try to make a move on the palace caravan. I don't know if that's the way you want to do this thing, because it does take a while to do, and it gives these guys time to basically counteract that. Yeah, I mean, the Ascaris are going to be a dangerous threat, even without any upgrades, you know. They're essentially dealing 19 times 2.5 damage, which, you know, basically equates to 38 and over 40 damage per hit against these line infantry. Right now they have HP of about 200, so it only takes about five or so bullets to shoot down one musket here. Not a lot, you know, not a lot. And yep, you're giving these guys a lot of edge here and overwhelming you. You really need to be back at your base making big military numbers and protecting. Force them into an elongated large battle. What you can do against Egypt is build a large army, make them drain the army that they have, and then Egypt won't be able to get enough economy to make another army like that for a long time unless they go Imperial Age. So you force them to go fast Imperial then, fastish Imperial, or semi-fast Imperial to get those shipments back. And that's how you sort of give yourself a chance of fighting Egypt. You don't throw little armies at Egypt because Egypt's going to swallow those up. You throw big armies at Egypt so that those big armies might actually make an impactful hit to their army numbers, because they're not going to be able to reclaim a lot of these units like the Mamluk, the Mountain Gun that easily until they hit Imperial. At least the way you're supposed to play Egypt, right? It's not normal to go for like a normal economy with Egypt since it's kind of cumbersome, you know, using the waypoints and stuff with the TC caravan is a little more complex than the normal stuff, so I mean, yeah, pretty much. Yep, it looks like he got a engineering wagon here to make a foundry. What's he going to be getting out of the foundry? I'm curious. Is he going to get coves? Now, coves could be something you could do here. They could wipe out the mound guns, the artisanals, and they can do some decent damage versus the palace, which looks like Egypt has already repaired. Now, Basigliaires are going to be great against Mamluks. They're going to be great against the Felahin and melee. They're also going to be good against Colombia's Macheteros too. So I mean, that's not a bad option. Ooh, good move by Varenga. Look at this nice raid he's got here. This is going to set Egypt back, and then he can attack Colombia's villagers next. Grand Colombia's going for late units, it looks like. He's got his presidential palace here. He's essentially trained your ultimate units, and I said dooming units. Grand Columbia gets access to 4 ultimate units if they decide to forego getting immigrants, right? You can either go for foreign, you know, get foreign aid, foreign nations living in you, or you can just get a bunch of your units, you know, and have 4 of them. One of those such units here is the Independista. It's essentially like a special type of musketeer. Instead of having a bayonet against cavalry, it has a sword. And I notice they use that combat saber really good, and deals about 40 hand attack without any sort of additional guard or imperial upgrades, making it a pretty solid unit for combating a number of things if you use it properly. It does have like a normal gun attack too, so I mean, it can be used for multiple things. I think Hisei doesn't know quite how to deal with this just yet. Kind of wish Varenga would give him a little bit more military front help on this front here. So maybe they could try to push this back a little bit. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, that's getting blasted down. Ooh, boom. Yeah, nice. Good siege. Well, I think it's about... Oh, here comes the Mahareses as well. Yeah, Pichet's gonna resign. I imagine Ringo's gonna do it soon afterwards here. See him staying around much longer. I mean, you're not gonna get anything done with just inspired Machateros at this point. He's gonna try to engage with this, but unfortunately, Maharese, you know, basically like a Chukonu on Camelback, is gonna have the anti-assault multipliers to spray them down. Because I think it shoots about 6 times. Maharese got about 6 chambers in his revolver, and then it's times... So imagine 12 times 6. That's quite a lot of damage, you know, against assault. Really, really is. It's like 72 damage, right? And then it goes up as you get more guard upgrades. And did he get the... Well, here's the thing I'm trying to check. He didn't get this card yet, because see what this card does. It actually gives the Maharestes, I believe, like a multiplier of like 0.5 against assault, so it does even more, mind you. So yeah, quite a bunch of powerful stuff here. Yeah, quite a bit of powerful stuff. Ooh, our cards here, Juanita Bonita and Raul Reyes, that is Rommel, and then Bruno Agostino. Wait, new DLC released? What DLC? Who's talking about DLC for what? This is Wars of Liberty patch 1.1.1b. It contains the Egyptians, which have been around in Wars of Liberty since the very beginning of Wars of Liberty, right? Ever since it switched from War of the Triple Alliance, we've had Egypt. So Egypt is not a Middle East culture civ, it's part of the Africans. So yeah, you're going to have to wait till the Middle East patch comes out to do stuff like Saudis and Afghans and Uzbeks and Persians, yeah. But anyways, let's look at the post-game here. History had a great economy. It's too bad that he got crumbled that quickly. But Egypt is a menacing threat, though. I mean, he didn't even get that much kills. He just ravaged stuff. Like, look at this raising and 18 destroyed structures. Pretty serious, honestly. Pretty serious. Yeah, pretty serious. Yeah, pretty much. I think we're ready for a new game now, so we're going to close this and we're going to restart the game once again and find a new recording to do. Start. Juanita Bonita. Juanita Bonita. Juanita Bonita. See. So which one should I do now? Which one do we haven't we done yet? Gonna try to do ones that I'm not in, because I like to see what other people can do other than me. other than me. So, La Solano Change War. That's one we haven't seen yet. Let's do that one. Mexico, Bolivia, Peru, and Russians. I think we got that one, I believe. I got so many recordings here. It's gonna start turning into a mountain like I have on the... Did I download that one yet? Yep, this one. Let me get that one. Then I want to boot up the last patch too to do the thing that Rommel did. Why are these games always so quick? Like, why don't people try to go for Great War Age that much? I wonder if people, used to suck their thumbs and call their mommies and stuff when they saw the Great War Age, Nobody goes for Great War Age. They always go for these big rush games. They never... Yeah, I don't mind rush games. I like using different builds like that, but nobody, sneaks up with the hidden Dark Horse tanks and bombers to take somebody out. Might be worth trying, Yeah. But anyways, we're playing on Manchuria, as in Chori Zarate. Manchuria Zaratea. Yep, we got, who do we got? We got the Russians up here, teamed up with, who do we got here? This civ here is Peru, Varingo, right? And then on the other side here, we got Rommel and Eternity. A formidable team we saw in the game on Jebel Musa, so this should be really interesting. Varingo's playing his, Eternity's playing his other strong civ, the Bolivians, because he himself is a Juanita Boliviana, with his Juanita Bonita here, Manuela Tapia. So this should be a really good one. Yeah. See, what you can do with Bolivia is you got a bunch of different options. I wonder if this is a game from the old patch. I'm gonna try it on the old patch. You don't mind if I try that, right? Yeah, because I actually have a directory of the old patch on here too, so what I might be able to do is I might be able to go into my game here, go into wool copy, right? Boot up my hy.exe, because we need to do that anyways for the other game, and then, yeah, let's try that, see how it goes. So this is patch 1.1.1a, so we're looking at might be looking at some older stuff here, too. Alright, so it's this one. I just want to see if maybe Rommel got the version of the game wrong with the description in the Discord. It might be the older patch. I don't know, because I couldn't tell because I didn't see Argentina there, which would have been a big keen giveaway there. Yeah. Alright, so yep, the file's just messed up. Oh, Gaucho from Mexico. Yeah, the file is definitely messed up. So what we're going to do is we're going to do the Duelo on the Plains game, because that one belongs in this patch. So we'll do that one. That one should be working. If it's not working, we'll go back and look at some other games, because there's so many of them we should still do here. Alright, so I believe it's Duelo in High Plains. This is the one we have to see. It's Sask versus Rommel. Yeah, so what map are we on anyways? Looks like we're on High Plains here. Pretty good 1v1 map, I must say. You know, you got a really nice trade route here that has about 5 TPs on it. It's good to just stagecoach it, get trains on it. You also get good natives here. You don't only have the Comanche, but you get the Cheyenne as well, with their really strong lancers with good anti-shock multipliers. So, I mean, this is looking pretty good, honestly. You know, It's going to be a Spain versus Portugal, so all vanilla civs. And we'll have to see here, honestly, who comes on top of who here, right? Does SAS Portuguese beat Rommel's aggressive Spain? As long as it doesn't out of sync, maybe we'll find out. Yeah, we'll find out. Oh, yeah. I was just looking for a second. Oh, wait a minute. Maybe Rommel upload the game even though it was synced. Or, yeah, never mind. Because for a while when patch 1.1.1b came out, we had this nasty multiplayer bug thing where it would out-sync within 20 seconds of the game. Which was very annoying, mind you. It was really obnoxious. Absolutely was. So, good thing that the devs fixed that one, definitely. So we're going to see here SAS playing as the Portuguese. Now, Portugal is a pretty good economic civ, and what they can do in 1v1 is they can actually boom so effectively, they can actually hit Imperial Age and even Great War Age in game mode 1v1 where you rarely ever see either of those things. While the opponent might still even be in Age 3, right? That's what happened during the Liga with the poor Chorizo Muy Largo was, you know. The Chorizo basically went Portugal, went for a Ordenanza rush, and I blocked it, and I basically outboomed him all the way to Great War Age. And the poor Juanito Burrito just barely scraped into Industrial Age. I had soldiers, I was going to get tanks, and the Juanito then, you know, ran into the sunset at that point to get away. And I didn't want to see what was coming next. Yeah. On the other hand, Spain can be played many ways. They can be played as a boom civ. They can be played as an aggro civ. And based on this deck, I think Rommel's going to go with an aggro strategy. He's got mostly unit shipments, but he does have a couple of combat options. He does have the Escoltadillas, which gives him access to the Batadors in H3, which is their ultimate unit. He does have cavalry combat that benefits all the melee cav. And he does have the advanced arsenal. Does have Royal Decree as well. Could potentially be useful here. Advanced trading posts. This is actually the perfect map for advanced trading posts, honestly. So if Rommel can take advantage of that, could totally get those unit shipments across the finish line very quickly and become a real threat here. Sask, on the other hand, is playing more economically. And that's pretty good usually for Portugal because they get multiple town centers, right? Every time they age up, you get a covered wagon that becomes a new town center. More places for your villages to garrison, more big shooting objects to hit your enemies with. You know, they can shoot at their infantry, shoot at their cav. Really good for you. Does look like SAS does have some defensive options. He does have some, you know, infantry shipments. Got the volunteers and the line infantry in H2. Volunteers simply just crossbowmen. Cazadors and the Chinese Huai mercenaries in H3. And a shipment of ultramarinos and steel guns in H4. So, I mean, Sask has a bit of a balance here. But in general, he's got a lot of the important eco-techs here. He's got Royal Mint, he's got Refridge, Sustainable Agriculture, and Eco-Theory. Right? As well as all the combat cards he needs here, besides the one that improves the range of mortars, right? He's got Gunpowder Infantry Combat, Gunpowder Attack, Gunpowder Hit Points. It's got the Dragoon Combat, Genitors, Advanced RC, and even the team artillery hit points. Yeah, he does have the Royal Decree, which provides a nicer economic effect too. Basically, at the cost of your fishing economy. Yeah, so I mean, he's got a pretty good set of stuff here.
Sim.
Now, this is something I wasn't quite expecting here. Instead of like holding on to a shipment for age 2, we actually got a shipment of 7 sheep instead. Huh, very interesting. And this is actually a pretty interesting new build idea that maybe I could use, because what ended up happening was Wars of Liberty added a politician to the Portuguese that actually grants him sheep and a livestock pen. So what that basically means is you can actually get like a whole livestock pen full of sheep for like mid to late game benefit if you really want to, in place of the core master. Which I think, pretty swell option, you know what I mean? Helps you out like mid game when you need a lot of food and you might not have the hunts that you want then, granted. Well, here's the thing with Portugal. You got 2 options. You can keep the TCs close to each other and just turtle, or if you're very strong, you can space the TCs out and grab new hunts and mines. With this, you can turtle and still have an extra source of food, since sheep do contain 300 food once they fully fatten, right? A lot of lamb chops for you, basically. Lots and lots of lamb chops. Yummy.
Correcto.
Oh, Rommel's going FF with the heroin. Not bad. Heroin grants you a falconet, or what it's called in Wars of Liberty, a foot artillery. So you can combine that in Home City with this card and have about 3 falcons ready to go. He also researched the Royal Decree, so he'll likely be able to get the Royal Decree units alongside those cannons, too. Note that the Royal Decrees were not reworked for Spain yet, so they're kind of the same as they are in Legacy. So you get access to halberdiers in Age 3, basically. You can get big, massive halberdiers and combine with about 3 cannons, which you can do. I mean, it's not bad. And then after that, you just throw in cuirassiers, then hussars. Could send some of these into these infantry options. It's pretty flexible. It's pretty flexible if you're willing to go with it. Yeah, this is the wacky thing about the way Royal Decree works in Wars of Liberty, is instead of the church, you research Royal Decrees at the capital instead, which you can get since Age 2, and it's built by your explorer instead of the villager, because guess what? Back in the old days of beta testing for the Wars of Liberty team, I discovered a problem where I couldn't build my capital anymore, because, basically, guess what? Certain cities like the Dutch had banks and things. They had too many UI slots, right? For the villagers, since they could start to build TCs then, and then I don't know if it was Maxi or Jetland. They're like, "Oh my God, you can't make capitals now. We're gonna have to move it to Explorer now," and they had to move it over to it, basically. Yeah, it's pretty messed up. Because as you can imagine, not having a capital as the Europeans, kind of bad, especially as you enter towards the Imperial Age and you need those really nice economic texts to give you literally 50% better gather rate. Yeah. So apparently this is the only way you can still access halberdiers in the game, since they were removed from most standard civs a while ago. Yeah, in favor of things like the new grenadiers, new unit types, yeah. It's nice to see the halberdier back once again. And their guard halberdiers, of course, so pretty good stats. Combine that with about 3 foot artilleries here, and you got a pretty decent option for an attack. Basically, the guard halbs are great for protecting the cans, and the cans are perfect for gauging in a straightway attack. Sask has grabbed all the coin he can. I want to see what Sask's response will be. So he's actually going for the regular Minuteman batches. He did not get the bigger batch of Minutemen, though, from the home city, so he's not going to be able to use that to get out of this mess, unfortunately. He's going to have to use these as sort of a distractive army until he can conceivably get some sort of maneuver. I would probably go Dragoons here, honestly. If you go with Dragoons, you can kite the halbs, and then you can kite down the cannons. And you can also kite down the doggos as well. You know, these doggos, they only have hack armor. They don't have pierce armor, so you can shoot those mangy mutts if you have to take them out. Yes, you can go into melee with the hussars as well, so I think Sask really needs to go Dragoon here. Let's see if he does that. Let's see if he actually gets Dragoon combat, builds a stable, gets some Dragoons. So I think if he does that, he's in great shape. If he doesn't do that, I think he's in for a rude awakening. Alright. Did spend a lot of his wood, I think, on probably these towers here. Sort of understandable. Yeah, you need a stable with some Dragoons to be a more permanent defense here. And to force Rommel onto something else. You know, to be fair, he's mostly got musketeers, pikemen, and handcab in his deck, so if you can get, like, Dragoon as Portugal, you can finish this off pretty well, I think. That's the way I see it here. Yeah, so he's just grouping up his... Cazador's the wrong unit. You want Dragoon. Lots of Dragoon, like maybe 30, 40 Dragoon. You have to put the stable somewhere in the way back here to get that done. Maybe get 2 stables to do that. You need Dragoon. You need Dragoon. You need Dragoon. You don't need barracks. What is he getting at the barracks? Governor General. Trying to think. Is that gonna cut it? What TC is he getting at? This one? Well, okay. Let's see if he can maybe pull something here. How many TCs has Rommel got? So he's just going for all out rush, right? He's not going 2 TC. So conceivably, if Sask can turtle this out, he could potentially win this still. Well, no, once he ages up, he's going to get another town center, right? And he can move back this way and keep the fight going. So, I mean, as long as he doesn't throw these units, these infantry, he cannot engage right now. He needs to stall this out as long as he can. Make him keep shooting these TCs. Buy yourself as many seconds as you can. Right? Buy yourself as much time as you can, and by doing that, you're going to ensure that you get another covered wagon, put it back here, hold down until you can get steel guns, and then go for an attack on these artillery. Because if you can do that, get enough cazadors, get enough skirmish, maybe you can pull something. Yeah, alright, so here's the covered wagon. It's going to get, oh, we got 3 towers. Yeah, he put that one too forward, honestly. He's going to put that one over here. Okay, so he's just stalling himself for time. Which, you know, I mean, Rommel should be targeting this one, to be honest. He shouldn't be. Because this one's still constructing and he can deny it. If he's smart, which he was still able to do. But now these towers are going to go up and he's going to garrison in this TC, right? And what you can do is, Sask can do is you can force these hussars forward, take advantage of the choke point, and cut up all these hussars with the towers attack. Now, he is using the Vils as a bit of an offshoot and a distraction as well, which is pretty smart. But now you're dealing with the Cuirassiers, which has a lot of heavy damage. He's gonna get the Ultramarinos, which could work. Could work. He needs to get these vills into the TCs, though. If he can do that, he can snipe at these cannons. He might be able to do something here. I don't know how good it's going to be, but he might be able to turtle this out. So he's got some Minutemen here now. He's got from this. He should be targeting onto the Hussars. Right, that should be his priority. Oh, he's... Yeah, you should probably be aiming it a bit differently. So here's the Ultramarinos. It's gonna snipe the cannons, right? You need to get away from this stuff, though. Yeah, no. Kind of the wrong unit, wrong aiming, wrong everything. It's not the way to do it. Unacceptable. Unacceptable. You're not supposed to do that. If anything, I would have, I don't know. I would have went line infantry and just gone steel guns, maybe. Or stayed in H3 and went Dragoon. Kind of a bunch of stuff for nothing at this point. Yeah, pretty much. Like he didn't have Iraqs, right? So he wasn't like training infantry, he wasn't making skirm. He had Iraqs, but he didn't have enough coin. Did he have enough coin for skirm? Yeah, he didn't have enough coin for skirm. He would have had to re-macro. So yeah. Just a good sign to people dealing with Spain's Royal Decree FF. Try to go Dragoon. Try to go Dragoon. Dragoon in general is going to be I think probably a better option for you to go with, honestly. Just saying. I just think Dragoon's probably going to give you some more success. Across the board. Just saying. Yeah. Pretty much. Yeah. So, let's look at the post-game here. Yep. Not that much more eco than Rommel. In terms of big kill difference, raising, good siege, good, and good. Let me see what we want to do next for a game now. What do we got? I'll boot the game up so you have something to look at while I'm looking through the files to find our next game that we're going to do. Hopefully we got something delectable for me over... You know what we can do? We can do one of the ones we did the other day with Rommel. Let's do that. I got him right here. I just gotta pull it up. Let me see. Recorded games. Feminine... What is this? Feminicidio. Did he just call Rommel a femboy? Is Rommel a femboy, folks? Is he a femboy? Is he a very smooth princess? We'll find out here. Alright, so... Okay, so this is probably, in description to Rommel's new little strategy. And it's not really a new strategy, it's basically just the stuff that you can do in the Asian Dynasty in DE, just that it's Wars Liberty. So what Rommel does here is he basically goes for like an attack of war clubs and axe riders at the start, and then he picks it up with rifle riders around capital H. Yeah, so that's sort of like Rommel's new build, and then we see Alucard going with his usual Bulgaria build now that he's picked up recently. So yeah, this should be pretty interesting. It's basically me as Grand Columbia and Hishe as the Austro-Hungarians, which is a new civ that Hishe is working with. Normally he only does Lakota, United States, or Italy. So now he's going to try out the Austro-Hungarians to see if he can really do good with that. And, Austro-Hungary has its advantages. Get free hussars with shipments. They get they get stuff. They get stuff. So yeah, definitely. One thing they did, I think, with Austro-Hungary is I think they might have gotten rid of their huge wait time for the shipments, but they did drop the number of hussars you get per shipment down by 1. So now, looking at like an Austro-Hungarian deck, I believe. Yeah, they only give you 1 hussar now, even though it says 2 on here. That's false advertisement. You can't tell people that. Gives you 1 hussar and they tells you give you 2 hussar. That's unethical. That's a war crime. It's an absolute war crime to do that. That's not right. So yeah, they need to tell you that they're only giving you 1 hussar. Unbelievable. Despicable. Despicable. Yeah. But at least the shipping times I think are normal now, right? Like you don't have to wait like super uber long now for your shipments to arrive anymore, or did they keep that? Because if they kept that and they only get 1 hussar now, it's like, oh boy, now I don't want to play the Civ. Yeah. But anyways, Austro-Hungary's fun. You know, they get stuff. They get their Royal Guards in H3 and instead of H4. So I mean, you know, you end up paying 4,400 resources, I believe, for like a veteran upgrade. But yeah, it's technically cheaper that. Well, it's not that much cheaper because now Royal Guards are what, like 800 wood and coin instead of the usual 400. So yeah, that was a bit of a change. Sure. Yeah. And instead of the settler wagons, now you just get big, bulky villager shipments, right? So you get 4 settlers instead of 3. And 4 settlers instead of 4 settlers. That's kind of pathetic. 4 settlers and 4 settlers. Okay. Yeah. Very normal. Very normal. Yeah. Should be 5 settlers, right? Or 6 or something. Yeah. Yeah, I think so. Something like that. I think the way the logic works is technically the H2 cards are as valuable as they are in TAD. Technically, because... Wait a second. So, in terms of Wars of Liberty logic, the Wars of Liberty equivalent as strong as they are in the Asian dynasties. See, in the Asian dynasties in DE, you get 2 yuans with the German shipment, right? So, in DE and TAD, yuans are 2 pop, so it's like in 4 pop of army, right? But in Wars of Liberty land, yuans are 1 pop units, right? So in Wars of Liberty land, it makes sense to give you 1 hussar instead of 2 hussars in age 2, because, well, it's basically like giving you 2 yuans, but 1 hussar, since 1 hussar is a 2 pop unit and 2 yuans is 2 units, here's 1 hussar for you, basically. Right, yeah. Yeah. Where are the yuans gone, by the way? So, yuans, I think, are going to come back with the Polish Civ whenever that comes, whenever that gets added in the future. But you can still have like the yuan effect from the Marauder unit for the nation state civs, not Bulgaria but Greece and Serbia. Yep. And you can also get yuans from various sources like home city cards and the immigrant shipments, right? So yeah, German immigrant shipments can give yuans. It's called the Legion, the Battalion Diabo, I believe. Yeah, the Diabo or Diabio or something. Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. So for those that didn't see last week's stream, basically what Alucard does is he starts his build again, dairy processing, which gives you another hunting lodge. So effectively Alucard can maintain about 20 animals on fattening between the one that you build with the starting landowner's wagon, and then you get another one from the card, so you can have 2 livestock pens or hunting lodges and thus have 20 animals on them, right? You can have some geese, you can capture some animals from the map and put them on them, and then eventually, once you have enough food, you can switch off from geese and you can move on to sheep and cows, which actually this card will let you do. It will let you produce sheep and cows from hunting lodges in addition to the normal geese. Effectively giving you better food sources, basically. Would you rather eat goose liver like a silly Frenchman, or would you rather have some lamb chops and a steak? Or a hamburger. I think I'd rather have the hamburger, the steak, and the lamb chops than Ian's goose liver. No, I'm not a French frog. I don't think many of us are. Some of us might be, and good luck to you if you like that sort of thing. I remember I had goose liver before. Is it good? Is it bad? Let me know. Let me know in the chat if it's good or bad. I'm assuming it's pretty slimy and stuff, and weird tasting. I know liver has the more. Isn't it more of like an earthy taste to it in a way? Or something, because it's like different material than the rest of the organs. Yeah, stuff like that. I've never had liver before, so I don't know what really the taste profile is of liver. Either the goose kind or the regular beef liver you get at your local supermercado, basically. I don't know quite what it is. Yeah, this is a nice team card that Bulgaria gets. It's called Martinista. It gives your allies 25% more HP on their vills, and it lets them gather wood 15% quicker. So it's like getting sawmills from the home city and a villager boost at the same time for the entire team. So, it helps everyone out, not just you or your friend, but everybody, even if they didn't ask for it, gets help. Isn't that awesome, right? Yeah. So basically, to put a summary on this match, basically I was pining the entire game on how to defeat rifle riders as Colombia, which, let me tell you, is not a fun experience. It's a horrible experience. You're going to see how horrible it is this entire game. Just wait and see. And, oh yeah, Hishe was very active in the chat this game. He was like, put walls up so they can't raid us. Rommel's going to raid us. And sure enough, they tried to raid us. And the walls kind of helped. So thank you, Hishe, for helping give us some clues about what to do here and putting some walls up. That was a really good idea. So, Rommel, what's the Feminista thing that the recording was called? What does that mean in Juanito language? I thought it meant Juanito femboys or something. What's the let me look it up in the Discord. What was that word called? What's the word that Rommel called the game file? He called it feminicidio. What is that in Spanish? I thought it was like femboy or feminine or something, right? What does that mean? Is it the Fertile Crescent by any chance? I don't know. I don't know taco language too much. Yeah, I might know it a little bit, but I don't know all the words. So if Rommel gets back to us with that, definitely would be great. Again, the animal bells. Basically, it lets your herdables fatten a bit quicker, which is great. I believe you get 2 fattening technologies as the nation states, right? Yeah, I believe so. So that's pretty good. And basically, Alucard sits in the back of the base eating goose liver for like half the game, and then slowly starts adding Opalshenid infantry, Opalshenid cavalry. The baseline unit you get is Bulgaria. And you could turn them into many fancy schmancy things using Samara banner cards too, which Alucard apparently is too good not to use, right? So he doesn't have that. So what Rommel does here, which is a bit different, is he actually goes for some bow riders. And reason to go bow riders when you got a Latin American opponent is, as you know, bow riders are a maneuver class, right? So they have multipliers against assault units. And guess what macheteros are? Assault units. So if I make any macheteros, guess what? That means that these bow riders will shred them very early on. Yeah. Now we got the second fattening upgrade fodder, which will allow these geese to fatten up even more. The one good thing about the geese is they're very cheap in food to invest in, and they technically fatten very quickly because they only have about 150 food in their stockpile, basically. So it doesn't take a very long time for them to fatten up, honestly. Really doesn't. Yeah, pretty much.
Готовцом.
Yep, here starts the raid. We're gonna see some Appelshank cavalry with the bow riders try to attack around this wall over here. And I'm gonna try to respond with my conscriptos. Because I kind of didn't know at this phase what I should do actually to deal with the rifle rider, which I knew was coming down the pipeline, even though I didn't even know how Rommel was going to implement. I knew rifle rider was the biggest threat that we had this game, right? Because I knew with Argentina I could beat rifle rider just by spamming infernales, but as Colombia, you got some weird problems, right? You don't have normal skirms, right? The Voltero. It's kind of a Juanito Loco, you know, he fires his gun and instead of reloading the thing, he pulls out a machete and chases you like you stole his Juanita Bonita from him. Gets muy enojado and runs after you at that point. Yeah, pretty savage, if you ask me, pretty powerful. Oh, but guess what? Now I got Musketeros here, so I guess the bow riders are going to have an easy time wiping these out. Yeah, I started out making the Voltageros, and yeah, not as great as I thought it was. Because apparently, well, they do have a good ranged attack at the start. Their melee attack is surprisingly pathetic against, like, mounted units. Even like mounted maneuver, their melee attack is not the best as it could be. I think one thing they could do though to probably make the melee attack a little bit more efficient is, you know what, just give them like a splash attack. Give Voltageros like a splash of 1. You know why? Because Macheteros use a machete and they get a splash of 1, so why can't the Voltagero do the same technique with his machete? Is it because he's got a limp arm holding his rifle? Why can't he do a big Super Juanito Burrito swing and lop off multiple units in an entire arc like all the other Juanitos Musketeros can do it? I don't know. It's kind of a weird situation. Yeah, so I start the line of the Voltageros right now. Oh, nope, not yet. I start pretty soon though. These are the Fenians. These are basically a mercenary maneuver unit the Irish can make. It's a really powerful maneuvering unit, mind you. So if this was like the old days of the old rifle rider where it had the assault tag or the heavy cavalry tag instead of the skirmish one, Fenian would be an excellent counter to it because it actually deals 6x against assault at the cost of having no multipliers against anything else but assaulted range. So yeah, it would obliterate rifle riders. It's still pretty useful against Lakota because it wipes out the dog soldier, it wipes out the Dajunki prowler, but it no longer wipes out the rifle rider. Because what they did was, with Lakota, they were in a decision-making process whether they would either keep the assault tag on, the heavy cavalry tag, and change it to assault, so it'd be sort of like the same unit, or they could add the skirmish tag to the rifle rider. And basically by giving it the skirmish tag, what they did was they made the rifle rider more airtight, as a more of a threat across the board. Because in the old days, in the old Legacy game, you could cheese against rifle riders by getting dragoons, because dragoons, surprise surprise, have multipliers against heavy cavalry, which the rifle rider was according to the tags, was heavy cavalry, so it took multipliers from other dragoons. But now that it's skirmish, Dragoons no longer do good against the Rifle Rider. No, no, no. The only thing that does better now is like Sowars. Like, if you can somehow chase the Rifle Riders down with Sowars and get them to use their anti-skirmish multiplier against them, yeah, then they might do better. But yeah, well, actually, you know what that does mean? That does mean that anti-skirms like the Artist Rifle, the Bicycle Infantry are actually Rifle Rider demolishing machines now. So if you like Bicycle Infantry, you like the Artist Rifle with the British, or the Mehel Safari as the Ethiopians, yeah, I guess you could say that it's better that they have the skirmish tag, but 90% of the civs in the world do not have anti-skirm, so no, it's usually not a good thing. Yeah. Usually not a good thing that you want. No. Definitely not.
Taku. Taku. Taku.
So he's going to go Axe-Fire with Rifle-Fire. Pretty impressive he actually had the food and coin and the macro to actually get those Rifle-Fires directly trained, because I thought he was actually going to take advantage of Evening Star to just transform a bunch of Axe Riders into the Rifle Riders. Myself. I guess the one good thing about Bulgaria is when you're fighting against them is they actually have to wait till Industrial Age before they can get their Capital Age units. Yeah, it's this weird system with Bulgaria where they're an age behind in all their units and upgrades, except for upgrades related to their Opalshanets. They can get Veteran Guard, Imperial Opalshanet on time, but all their other Veteran and Guard stuff for their other units is you have to go an extra age to get to them. So you literally can't even get a Guard unit for the Bulgaria Civ until you get to the Imperial Age, yeah. But thankfully, once you get to the Imperial Age, you can get the Imperial Age upgrades. Because where else are we going to put them? Are we going to put them in the Great War Age? Only time will tell, yeah. That would be horrible. Like, yeah, oh yeah, go spend X number of dollars in food and wood or whatever to go get an Imperial upgrade on your stuff. At that point, you're just making soldiers, right? You're not even making Imperial or what would be considered Tsar's Opalshan anymore. You would be getting just Great War Age Soldier, because the Great War Age Soldier is a much better unit by far than really anything you're going to get pre-Great War Age. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much the situation on that one. Taking out Treasure Guardians. How much is it? 210 coin? Why do they have, like, Chinese pirates in the middle of Iraq? You know what Wars of Liberty should do? They should try to get actual legit Treasure Guardians for these maps once they do the ME patch. Because seeing a bunch of Chinese and Japanese Wokow pirates hanging out in the middle of Iraq just not sit normal with me. You know. It's totally away from their environment, you know what I mean? They should be on the high seas in the Pacific, you know, dealing with the Philippines and Vietnam and coastal China and stuff. They shouldn't be hanging out in Iraq with the stinky camels pooping all over the sand and stuff. Just doesn't make any sense. Yeah, that's a cool thing about combat cards with Bulgaria though. They get a lot of like combat cards for their stuff. Like they actually get about 5 related combat cards for each one of their Opal-Shened units, which is really neat. Like Alexander's Star benefits the Opal-Shened cavalry, whereas this Danubian combat benefits the Opal-Shened infantry. So yeah, it's pretty good, you know. And then they get Opal-Shened combat. And then they get Partisan combat, which benefits all the Opal-Shened units, so the Opal-Shened cavalry and infantry. So they get really upgraded, you know, and it's really good because they're not the toughest units on the block. Actually, pretty weak. Yeah, why do they have the heavy infantry tag on top of the skirmish tag? It's such cringe. Like dude, why are you making it weak against everything? I guess at some point they're gonna have like some like loss bonus where once they die they're gonna regenerate with like 1 HP and deliver 1 more shot of damage or something. Something weird like that. Yeah. I hope they get that in there soon because that would be really cool for Bulgaria, because then it would feel like for all the trash they get it would actually justify the end means at that point. Yeah. So what I figured around mid-game at this point to deal with the rifle riders is, what I could do is, I could actually get, I could actually go for Llaneros, and then get this shipment here, Santuarios de País, which gives a charge attack to the Llaneros, because the Llaneros have multipliers against skirmish, which rifle riders happen to be now skirmish, right? So basically what I did was I was going to start constructing all these stables, start getting queues of Llaneros going. If I had the TC further back I could have just built tents, which would have been cheaper probably, but I didn't really have that option at this point. So yeah, I get Santuarios de País and try to go for a big bulky attack with the Llaneros and see what that's actually going to do to it. Is it going to succeed? Is it not going to succeed? And we see here if it's going to succeed or not, pretty much, and if it's going to do anything. Yeah. Ooh, yep, see that? When you get enough of them, you can do something, but I don't have enough of them, though. I don't have enough of them to do anything. And it just doesn't work. It just doesn't do anything. If I, like, did that from the start and realized that, maybe. But we did a game after this, which you want to see that one, or should we save something more interesting next? Because I think we have some time for some more games. Definitely. Do you want to see more games, or you... Yeah, I definitely want to do like a couple more personally, so if you want to stay around for those, I'll do more of them. Yeah, I kind of want to do the other Colombia game we did, because Sewell was like the same thing, except that I was teamed up with Sug, and he kind of messed up playing against Lakotas, the Argentines, so I'm like, bruh, Argentina, this should be like easy for you. It's like one of the easiest civs to fight Lakota with is Argentina, because all you do is just press Inferno, and you win. What are they going to do, make war clubs? They can, but who does that, right? I guess Rommel did make war clubs that game, and it did offset him up quite a bit. So it was kind of a messed up situation. Yeah, I'd rather show something I don't know yet, so I could be entertained too. We can all be entertained. Yeah. My question is how far back am I going to have to go through the listings to find it, though? Yeah, probably pretty far. Look at this big resource gap here. Big. Big. Rommel, though, got the kills. Pretty significant. Just 41 rifle riders doing all that. Oh, yeah, because he went industrial and got the guard upgrade, the champion upgrade on him. Makes total sense at this point. Yeah, pretty much. So now we're going to boot up the old version of the game right over here. And we're going to look at something from the previous patch, which I didn't get to cover yet here. Because I think there's probably some good recordings there that I didn't get to cover yet that I'd like to do now. Unless there's anything new from 12B that anybody's added recently. Anything new? Nope, nothing new there. So we're just going to look back here and I'm going to scroll up and find something we can do. Something we haven't seen yet. Something that changes everything about our perception of Wars of Liberty itself. Chile, Austria-Hungary. Huh. Is that... No, we saw that one. Oni-chan, Japan. Yeah. British, Japanese, Italians, and Egyptians. I'm going to go really back and find something really good for us to see here. So we can get super duper entertained by it. So we got Portuguese, Romanians, France, and Italians. We've seen that one. I'm just scrolling back through history to find us some really great duels, pretty much. Oh, Kashmir. Kashmir, Australia versus Peru. That's a really good one. I want to see that one. And you want to see that one too, because I said so. That's a really good one. Because the Kashmir map is pretty fun. It's a map that they added to Wars of Liberty. It's a really good one. We definitely want to see that one. So let's do that one. Let's do that one. I will put it in right over here. Paste it in here. And we will watch that one right now. That is a good one to do. Absolutely good map. Kashmir. Alright, so we'll pull that one up right now. I remember what it's called. This one. Excellent. I hope it doesn't now sync, because I'm going to show you why the Kashmir map is pretty fun to play on. In just a few moments once this loads up. Reason why Kashmir is a fun map is because it's a giant map. Look at how big this map is. You get this little trade route down here that has 3 trading posts. You get some nice Indian natives. You got the Bhakti. You get the Udasi. The Gurus up here. The Sikhs. And then you get this really nice looking cool lake structure here, where you got a lake right here, and then it becomes this big giant flow out of the glaciers of the mountains up here, the Himalayas. It's really a nice geographical map too. Is that like... I can notice like a bit of a wavy pattern in this water too, which is really neat. Yeah, it's really cool geography how they built this. Like you have the Himalaya section here, and then it transcends into the grasslands and the trees down here in this very Himalayan valley. So I like this map a lot. It's really fun. It's a big one too, so you can see different types of gameplay on it for sure. I'm kind of curious how this one's going to go. We got Fringo again with Peru. It's his best civ, so I can't blame him. And then we got Sabaro with the Australians. Australia, pretty fun civ. You got 2 ways to play them, right? Your Anglophonies, you got 2 factions, which means 2 sets of units, right? You got the colonial units, like the ones with the Bush Ranger, the Rum Corps, the Pom Pom, and the Wild Horse, and then you've got the Aboriginal faction, which has boomerangs. Yes, they do throw boomerangs. Those actual things that you throw and they come right back to you, basically. They have those. And they got the fire sticks, which again, they have big sticks and they light them on fire. Very strong. And they have the Aboriginal trackers, and then they have the native policeman, which is a native Aboriginal on a horse who's also a policeman, right? So yeah, and they're pretty varied types of gameplay as well, right? A lot of the Aboriginal units cost mostly food and wood, whereas the colonial units will cost food and coin, basically. Yeah, and the colonial units are more or less more traditional style units, whereas the Aboriginals do have some wacky stats, right? For instance, the boomerang is like an early skirmisher, but it has a hack attack, meaning it deals hack damage. It's just like you're attacking with a pike or a saber. So it kind of ignores the armor of skirmishers, which almost makes it almost like an anti-skirm as well. And there's also a card called Marionades 3 that basically gives them a multiplier against infantry. So they turn into anti-skirms whether you like it or not. And yes, you can build barns as Australia. And basically what it is it's a fancy schmancy version of the livestock pen that only, I think, Australia and I believe... I can't remember if Canada can make the barn. I know United States can only make the livestock pen. I'm surprised USA can't make the livestock pen, can't make the barn, because in the Napoleonic era, the United States actually can construct the barn. So I don't know why USA can't make barns, because that's like a totally classic American thing to think about as a barn, right? With full of horses and pigs and goats and stuff. So America should definitely have barns, people. Lots and lots of barns to keep our little animals safe. Yeah. So what kind of deck is... We're looking at a colonial deck, most likely. Yeah, because we see Rebellious Combat, we see Slouch Hat. This is totally looking more in the direction of Colonial Faction. Koala Fur is basically just 5% HP to all your units. Including your vills, including your military, it's pretty good. Do have some, special unit shipments in. We got the Klamath shipment here because they couldn't find a better Aboriginal unit to use instead. And then the German Batallo di Diabo immigrant shipment here of 12 units. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. William Dampier of the Colonial Faction.
Commandment? Yes?
And what is Peru going to do for immigrants? They're going to be going with first Chinese wave. Chinese wave is nasty. Why is that? Because they get an immigrant unit called the Coolie. And it's a Chinese guy with a shovel. And the Chinese guy with the shovel, you know what he does? He acts like a sapper. He shovels down your buildings and bashes the walls of your buildings down with the shovel, basically. And he'll also hit other units with the shovel, too. But he uses it like a pikeman. He pokes it forward like he's a pike, I've seen... Yeah, it's like a shovel man instead of a pikeman, a shovel man. Or a shovel birdier. If you consider like a halberd to carry a shovel. Yeah, pretty much. It has a really good siege. Because it's, what it does is instead of using a siege attack, it uses its hand attack to damage the building, but it gets really high multipliers against the buildings, making it pretty formidable with that. So here comes the Chinese colony right now. Ringo's going to start with the shipment here of the Legion Peruanas, which is the Peruvian Grenadier unit. If you haven't seen Grenadiers yet in Wars of Liberty, basically they work a lot differently than they do in the Definitive Edition game. So they can throw their grenade like this, and then after that they start to shoot their musket for like a minute. And then after a minute is done, then they can throw their grenade once again. So yeah, basically the grenade is like a charge attack. That's a little bit more powerful than a standard grenade, right? And it can be pretty substantial, right? You know why? Because it's only a one pop unit that's only slight. Well, it's cheaper than food than a musket, but it's actually a little more expensive in coin. So, yeah, it's basically like an anti-infantry variant of a musketeer, basically. Doesn't have a bayonet against cav, but does have a bit of pierce armor, so it can survive some bullets from enemy units pretty well. Or better than a musketeer can. So it can't protect against that stuff at all. Is Ringo going to try to pursue that coin treasure at all? I'm kind of curious about that. So what we could see here is we could see Legion Peruana go up against the Bushrangers of the Australians, because that's the factional unit that Australia gets, is the Bushranger. Essentially what the Bushranger is, it is basically just a Australian skirmisher. Right, and then H3 they actually get some sort of like heavy infantry anti-cav in the form of the Rum Corps. In the olden days, not too long ago, the Bushrangers were actually musketeers and the Rum Corps were skirmishers, but they did the swapperoo on it. And essentially now the Bushranger acts like a okay skirmisher, early skirmisher, and then the Rum Corps is actually like a musketeer that also deals its multipliers of range as well as melee. So it has range multipliers against scout and maneuver, I believe, and then it deals melee multipliers against scout, maneuver, and assault. Yeah, like a big, beefy, strong musket unit. And then, of course, remember, you always have the rifleman as the Anglophils, which deals range multipliers against the assault class. So, I mean, you got some really strong anti-mounted potential with the colonial faction. And that's something you're going to find a lot, I think, with a little bit of exception is. In general, the colonial faction of Australia is great for anti-cav and anti-like dragoon, whereas the Aboriginals are better against anti-infantry and a little bit against mercenary and native, because their Aboriginal trackers are basically like a spy unit that isn't a spy unit. It doesn't have stealth, it just has range multipliers against heroes, mercenaries, and native warriors, and immigrant units, and consular units, so all the special units, basically. So yeah, it looks like Australia did end up going with the Bushrangers here. It's going to try to take out these Musketeros with them. There.
Commandment. Yes.
Ooh, look at that. Oh, this is cool. He threw them in the schooners. Cool. This is a great way to utilize the map, and this is why Kashmir is so fun. Instead of risking your units getting killed on the front lines by the grenadiers, when he knew the grenades are coming, he threw them into the schooners. Great. Because Sabero actually has a schooner shipment in his deck. Did he 1v1 Bush Awa? What's Awa? Bushawa? Bushawa? What's that? I don't know. But pretty cool he planned that out, actually. He put the 2 schooners card in his deck so he could basically gain water control and the ability to save his units from unfavorable attacks. Like, as soon as he sees them unload the grenades, he can just throw them inside the boats and negate their entire grenade throw and have them all miss. And then they lose their grenade attack, and then the Bushrangers can come out and start shooting down with their anti-heavy infantry multipliers, which they get about 2x of. So they really do 60, 36, probably like more 34 damage against the Grenadiers because of their 10% pierce armor. So yeah, pretty good. And then he has some spontooners to protect against musketeros, which are a shock unit. So you really want polearms to fight them, even though they look like infantry. Yeah, pretty much.
Ready, commandment.
I want to see what he does with these bush rangers here.
Yes? Yes? Ready.
Yeah, this is a cool thing too you get from the immigrant colonies, is they also have their own sort of mini anti-ship attack as well. So they do end up contributing to your base's defense a little bit. Right, you actually get a ranged attack of about, anti-ship attack about 25, which is about a third of that of a TC. So yeah, you can end up doing anti-ship attack against these boats of about 100 per vol weight pretty much between the two of these structures. Which, you know, it does prevent Sabero from really exploiting this area and throwing a bunch of ships over here to attack, pretty much, which is great for Varingo. Yeah. The one thing that works in, I guess, Varingo's favor is Australia doesn't have any, like, sailor units yet in their roster, so technically these light ships can't actually train anything just yet. They can just sort of be there for the bush rangers to board into to avoid severe abuse from the grenade throws. Pretty much, yeah. William Bligh. Yep, that's a good politician to go for. In general, he gives you access to Rum Rebellion technology at your town center, and that effectively gives your Rum Corps even more multipliers against the Scout class, so they become really monstrosities, really good monstrosities against mountain units then, especially the Scout units. I wouldn't be engaging over here. I would be trying to fight around the midpoint here, because if you force your schooners into a fight here, they're going to be pulled into the area where the anti-ship attack is, and there's always the risk that Varingo could have a white cannon or grieve cannon here, and he could snipe your schooner down with your units in it in the water, and then you'd lose all the units for free. Which would be really bad, really bad. So you don't want to do that. You want to be super duper careful with that. Very cautious about that. Because if you're not, bad things could happen. Really. I do like, though, how Cerbero is sort of taking advantage of the lake in Kashmir to, you know, basically have an easy escape from direct conflict, especially the grenade tosses. He's basically negating the strength that makes the Grenadiers, and makes them really good. And he's basically able to play out the long game with that and force Varingo to come to him. Then what he does, he's going to punish it by jumping in the boat, the grenade attacks failing, and then jumping out and then chasing them away. And that's sort of why we see Varingo, I think, kind of not getting as much eco as his compadre is here, but pretty much. You can see the score difference already. It's about like a 50 score difference right now. Oh, so Australia's getting their own sappers going. So yeah, Australia gets the shovel boys as well. See here they have a hand attack of 8, and then they do about 10x against buildings. So Yeah, they really do 80 siege. If Ringo isn't careful, he can actually lose this immigrant colony to that, pretty much.
Bye.
Did Ringo get any immigrant workers yet from the... He did not. So if he loses this colony, he doesn't have any Chinese immigrant workers, he actually can't rebuild it if it gets destroyed. Yeah, it's true. You can. Actually can. Second Chinese wave. I mean, you could. I don't know. I probably wouldn't. I'd probably get Japanese at this point or something, honestly, or Irish. I mean, especially if he's not going to get any immigrant workers and this thing gets sniped by the sappers, but he doesn't know that yet. He doesn't know that the sappers are there. He probably thinks he's going to get a lot of value out of this Chinese colony. Well, the reason why you'd want to go with the Chinese colony usually is they have a lot of technologies to boost your gather rate from natural resources, and the Chinese villagers themselves are great gatherers and natural resources too, so that's normally when you go with the Chinese. If you want like a really good economy on a map that has like berry bushes and hunts and mines and trees on it. Yeah. Their houses act as like little livestock pens, so they're not the most useful thing, you know. If you have like a couple of animals on the map and you don't want to build a full livestock pen, it can be pretty good. But yeah. Oh, this is going to be horrifying. Look at this. He's going to go right for the Chinese colony. Right? He's going to lose it now. Oh, he's going into the schooners. That's clever. And he's stalling out just enough doing this wacky animation crap that he's gonna... Oh, yeah, you gotta be careful of that, though, because he could actually completely knock out your ship with all the units inside, though, so you gotta be really cautious about that. He did get the Chinese colony down now, and now Ringo will not have any immigrants until he ages up to industrial, as either Irish or Japanese. Yeah, that's very unfortunate. Very unfortunate indeed. Very unfortunate indeed. Building a fort.
Ready. Ready. Yes?
Ready.
Ready.
Here's the Whitworth. These are basically the Anglophony version of the Falconets. Riflemen are deadly against Musketeros because they have range multipliers against assault. And these Musketeros only have like 135 HP, so it only takes about really like 2 bullets to completely shoot out a Musketero, or close to 2 bullets to do. Yeah, and with the range supported these schooners, that's enough to basically destroy this army. But all this fighting was really a distraction so Ringo could get his fort up, And now this is going to stall out the time that basically Sabero has to do the full siege now. It gives Varingo a little bit more time to prepare something to defend against this at this point. Yeah, pretty much. Very tight spot for Varingo to be in because he really is, from what I can tell resource-wise, yeah, he's basically strapped at this point. All he can afford really is just some small queues of the Juanitas Bonitas and las Vivenderas. These are Juanitas Bonitas that have the stats of a skirmisher, and they can heal. They can heal because they're Juanitas muy bonitas. And they can heal any hombre muy rápido. See? Macheteros going for the cannon. Yep. It's a gradual grind out of Varingo. Doesn't really have any resources to really force this out. Like, if you had like 1,000 wood and 1,000 food and coin, you could get a Skulta and try to force this out. But problem is we got Rumcore now. As I said, Rumcore have like a ranged multiplier against Scout. So they did the same thing the rifle does against Assault. They shred the cab before they even get into melee with them. That makes it really hard to use mounted units against Australia. So really your other option would be to get lots of artisanal cannons, which Varingo could try to do. Or he could keep trying to mass up the Vivenderas. The Vivenderas and artisanal cannons together could potentially be a great way to deal with this. Bonero's probably not, but he's probably building that as sort of like a filler unit at this point. Basically, they're like a very trashy version of the crossbowmen. So they only cost wood, like 65 wood. Really dirt cheap and synergizes great with the Pardo. But they don't have multipliers against heavy infantry. Only against maneuver class, so they're really limited. Really limited in what they can do performance-wise. Quite limited, actually. Yeah, pretty much. Quite limited. Whereas I think the Hajusi actually, I believe it had its multipliers increased to something, I believe. I don't know. For the nation states. Yeah, compared the Hajusi, whatever Stefan Mitrovic said I'm supposed to pronounce it as, Hajuk or Hejuk or something, I don't know. I call it Hajusi or something because it sounds Anglo-English to me. So that's what I'm going to call it for now. So I talk to him again next week when he streams with us. Yeah. Yeah, it'd be great if he could meet us for a stream next week on both the Tuesday and the Thursday. That'd be cool. Definitely. Oh, macheteros. Macheteros muy rápidos. See. When you kill a proving unit, the ones nearby gains a slight line of sight and speed boost for a number of seconds. And it stacks the more units you kill, too, within that time period. So yeah, it's pretty powerful, you know. But there is actually a card, too, called the Last Cartridge you can get in Industrial Age. And it swaps the speed bonus for an attack bonus. So you'd end up turning into the Serbs, where once you kill one of the proving units, the other one gains more line of sight and attack instead of line of sight and speed. Making it really hard to wipe through proving armies, unless you kill them all at the same time. Very quickly. Yeah, pretty much. So we're going to check the post game right now. Australia did a really good eco game this whole game. I really liked how they were able to stick to these boats on the map, the schooners, and were able to deploy in and out of battle as they ran into some unfavorable combat with the Grenadier units, the Legion Puana. So that was really clever. And if we look at the kills, yeah, you can tell right here that they got slightly more kills and they were able to field a larger army, which led to all these sieges here. And lots less units in the process too, 28 less lost units, basically. And I think having that water threat there all the time basically forced Faringo from using his normal raiding and flanking shenanigans. So, I mean, I think that for sure definitely helped out Sibero quite a bit there. We're going to boot up the next game right now. Be rebooting right now. You can see the next game right here. Got another one, I believe, right above this one. It's called Orinoco, Australia versus Peru. So, wait a minute. I think this is the wrong executable. Let me boot up the other one right over here. This is the right one. I'll grab that game right now. It's another Australia versus Peru, but it's done between us. Done on the Orinoco map, which is a legacy map. So we can look at that one right now. Let me download that one. Yep, this one. So we're technically reviewing these games in reverse order because that one had a 2 in the name string and this one had a 1 in there. So we're actually looking at them in reverse order. One thing to know for sure though is definitely for next week's stream you're gonna have to record more of your games for me if we want to do a full stream like this, because I'm quickly eating through all these recordings, and I might still have some from last patch to mix piecemeal in with next week's stream, but we gotta make sure we get more recordings out for sure. If we definitely want to stream it this long at least. That's what you're looking for. Alright, so let me get that game. This one right here. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Alright, so let's see right here. So, civs are the same, but we're playing on Orinoco now. You know what this map is, right? Orinoco? It's typically a map we use for treaty, right? Because what you do is you have two teams usually on either side, right? Either on this side or on this side, and then you set up the wall between both players in the treaty game around this river here, right? And it provides a really good buffer, basically, where everybody can start their base up here, and then you have to fight your way down here to defeat your enemies. So it's really good in treaty, but in 1v1, things can go a bit more tricky, right? Obviously, you don't ban people from building docks on these shorelines here, too. So if you want to put a dock right on this beach here, and then zip a big giant boat up and down and start dropping units everywhere, there's nothing stopping you from that. And that goes for both players, right? We could see Sabero build a schooner on the dock, but he's not going to be able to ship any in, unfortunately. It's just water here. There's no home city gather point for you to utilize. So that's kind of unfortunate. It's fortunate for Varingo, so he doesn't end up the way he did last game. But we'll see. We'll see how it goes. I wonder if we're going to be seeing colonial Australians once again from Sabero, or if he's going to pick up the Aboriginals this time. You know, Aboriginals could offer a bit of a different gameplay that would actually be really harmful to the Grenadiers, because the thing that makes the boomerangs particularly dangerous against against the Legion Piranhas or any Grenadier unit is the fact that A, it has multipliers against heavy infantry, B, it deals hack armor, so it ignores the little teeny-weeny amount of pierce armor the Grenadiers do get. Meaning it's an even more effective skirmisher against the Grenadier than other skirmishers are in terms of getting its full damage potential in against them. Yeah. So you could totally go full boomerang against Grenadiers. Assuming, of course, you get the right numbers and you get the right politician that gives you the extra range on your boomerangs. Right? Because if you get the one that doesn't... Yeah. Oh yeah, isn't the technology literally called Boomerang? Boomerang improves Boomerang. Yeah. That's what I was thinking too. Should name it something. Give it a cool name like Big Long Boomerang or something. Yeah, something like that. Big Long Boomerang. Definitely. And we'll see if Peru does a typical deck like they did. So they're using the same deck, but womp womp wah, this is a wasted card. It's not going to work. There's no home city gather point. This is actually worthless and useless. Da 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 da. Alright. But this card is pretty interesting. It's a really cool card to get like mid-game when you have a lot of vills, because your vills gather faster, billings will have some more HP. And you'll get some improved XP bounty for an amount of time. I did try it on a game a long time ago, so I can confirm that the effective Prosperidad Falas does work, basically. It really is an efficient card. But it is something you should get sort of later-ish, rather than earlier-ish. Speaking, just so you can max out the gather rate benefit. Wait till you're actually fighting to get that improved XP bounty, so maybe you can get maybe an extra battalion of Mushatero or villagers or the Guardia Marinas, you know? Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. I do like playing Peru. I mean, they can be a little bit hard sometimes to maintain in some matches, but they do have their distinct advantages, right? I actually recall I did Peru against Fufi's Australia in the Liga, like not this past Liga, but the one before that, and didn't go so well for me. I ended up getting destroyed in that match. It was not fun. Yeah. Also don't use Australia again. Also don't use Peru against Portugal either. Kazan destroyed me with that situation. So, two things. Portuguese and Australians completely destroyed the Peruvians 100%. Guaranteed lethal. Guaranteed lethal. Yeah, pretty much. Alright, so what's Australia doing here? Australia is doing colonials once again, so we're not seeing aboriginals. I mean, but seriously, I would totally go boomerangs here, I think. Boomerangs could totally be a alternative. And then you go capital H and go fire sticks to actually siege down Veringo's fort. That way you don't even need the sappers, you just go fire sticks. Fire sticks sticks it right to Veringo, pretty much. Yeah, pretty much. So what immigrants we going for here with Peru? So he's sticking to China. China. Yeah, China. China. Yeah. Basically the same strat. Let's see if he can actually retain his Chinese colony this time and it doesn't just get burned down by a bunch of Australian guys waving their shovels around. Yeah, this thing. This Caribbean blowgunner that somehow has a shovel. Yeah. Imagine taking down an entire colony with just a shovel. That's some pretty tough muscles there. To take that down with just a shovel. Yep. And by the way, the sheep for Australians don't have food. They actually have coin, since they're wool sheep, pretty much. Yeah, kind of a bit different, you know. And one thing you can do in Moore's Liberty that you can't do in DE is you actually can swap around at your livestock building. Whether you want to fatten animals that cost coin, or ones that contain coin, or ones that contain food. So yeah, like if you had some water buffaloes or some cows on this map and you wanted to fatten them first before you fatten up the coin wool sheep, you can, there's this little configuration in the UI that works like the rice paddy that turns the barn into a food fattening building. And then once you're done with that, you can change it to back to the coin fattening building to fatten up the coin sheep, basically, and then eat them. It's really neat. It's a really neat little feature, pretty much. Yeah. And back in the old days, yeah, there was an original plan to have the wool sheep just be gathered from, and then you would bring them back to the building once again and have them be, you know, full of wool once again, because it doesn't make sense that you kill a sheep to get its wool off. You know, that farmers shear their sheep all the time. They grow their wool back, and then they shear them again, and, you know, they don't take their firearm and break the sheep's spine and kill the thing to grab his wool. That's just cruel and unusual punishment, basically. But because it can't be coded any other way in Age of Empires 3 Legacy, it just doesn't work that other way, pretty much. No. Yeah, pretty much. Ooh, Veringo's using the nasty native warriors from the map to police the natives. The Capitao de D'Amato. These are basically mounted slave hunters, yeah. But they more particularly are dragoons that also have multipliers against villagers. Note how most like have in AoE 3, both in Legacy and here, have a malice against villagers, because devs don't want you to turn them into like the Cav Archers of AoE 2, right? So the way they did that was giving them a mouse, right? But these guys actually have multiplier against villagers, so they're great against villagers. And they can kite your villagers, and you should be scared of them, because that is scary. And you know what you should also be scared of? Basically spawning... Oh, Veringo! No! 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 Don't do that! No! First of all, he set the waypoint for the trading post wrong, and he got the units trapped in the native settlement. I've done that a million times, but What he did was horrible. He thought, hey, if I can delete the trade socket, delete the trading post, they'll walk through here. No, they can't, because this is a trade socket. It's a big physical lumpy building. You can't run through this thing. You just wasted 200 wood for free. No. You can't do that to the audience here. That's horrible. You wasted our money and our time. You'll pay for this. You'll pay dearly for this, Ringo. Came here looking for a fight, and instead we had a Juanito destroy a 200 wood building for free. And now he's just got 2 natives on top of horseback to... Yeah, like, you got Sabero here going full throttle on the Bush Rangers. And what has he met with down here? Literally just this. Easy street. Not even a fight. I think Danny could have done better than this, or anyone in Liga B could have played better than this. Yeah. Even Mark could have played better than this. Mark Taderi could have played better than this. You're in Mark territory, Ringo. Watch out. Keep playing like this. You might end up in Liga B with Chorizo one day. Be very, very careful what you do. Chorizo was watching you, and he'll throw you in Liga B if you ever do this again. It's like nightmare fuel. So where's this barracks? So it's right in the base. Yeah. So he could clean this out, but it's not looking really... Oh, no he can't. No he can't, because Sabero was smart enough to actually construct a stable with the Bush Rangers. So now Whitecav, on average, will dominate against Musketeros, right? Because they have more HP. And they just cut through them super duper well. Alright. Is Ringo even going to try to fight this out because he just belly flopped his entire build? Yeah, I mean, here's the thing though, like even if that didn't happen, these Bush Rangers have multipliers against maneuver, so I mean, the D'Amato captains would have been completely shredded by these as soon as they shot at them. And the other thing that makes it really hard to raid on Orinoco is the fact that you can wall this off. It's like a little beachy area that goes from the water here down to the water here. So this is really not the map that you really want to, do that on. Do that sort of raiding on, because it's so easy to choke point it with a wall here and a wall here. Yeah. I get why he did. He thought maybe he could have snuck him up into the top section here, which he probably could, and then he could have... Yeah, he definitely would have gone some snipes here, but man, he found a really bad way to mess that up, though. Not putting his waypoint like right here, which he should have, right here. Right in this sort of quadrant, this waypoint, this wouldn't have happened. And definitely don't delete your trading post. Just delete the natives, do better next time, and put them in the right waypoint. Don't delete the trading post. This pobre Juanito Peruano here has no wood now to make musketeros now. Absolutely a mess. Like, if you thought you were going to do that, just don't build natives at all. Just make musketeros. Call it a day at that point. Yeah. What could have been probably a pretty big game turned into only a 12-minute game, basically. Because Ringo, while he was playing the game and set up his waypoint, and his natives said, hey, I see a really nice Juanita Bonita Peruano online, and I'm going to look at her for the entire match. Not thinking about what I'm doing, those nasty thoughts, THOTs of yours, and you're not doing your job. Not doing your job, man. That happens. Here comes the firemen, but I don't think they're going to be able to put out this fire. I don't think so. You built a pretty big fire for yourself with your whole strategy, so I don't think they're extinguishing this fire anytime soon. It's kind of funny how they call these things firemen in this game. Because you know what? Firemen in modern society, they have hoses, they put out fires. But these firemen, they have a siege attack where they throw torches at buildings, so they're starting fires. And then when you try to stop them from that, they fire upon your enemies, firing even more. They're not getting rid of fires, they're firing on things, making more fires. So why are they called firemen then? Well, because they're actually firemen. They fire on other men with their firearms. Thus they're firing. Thus firemen. Isn't that the truth? Yeah, I mean, that's... Pardo, way too late for that. Way of a response. You should have had 200 extra wood to make those Mushateros and then threw the Pardos in. Because Mushatero-Pardo is a legitimate combination. But... yeah, no, that's not gonna work. Bucko, you're way too late to the party. Way too late to the party on that one. It's kind of scary because, you know, I'm looking for like super late game Imperial stuff in a lot of these games, and some dude here, you know, does his waypoint wrong, and he literally has a bunch of native warriors stuck inside this little senior retirement community of a guy with a gray-white beard, basically, and they can't get out now. Like they're stuck in Shady Oaks at this point. It's like, get out, man. Like, get out of this fenced-in senior retirement community where they literally force the old people to mine gold against their will and copper and stuff, you know. Where you want to send your grandma and grandpa to. Pretty much. But yeah. Like, night and day here. This was a big bombshell. I think Veringo might never recover his ego from this, ever. Veringo might never recover from this. He might be seeking counseling for this the rest of his life after this. Especially after it's been streamed into infinity and beyond now. Yeah, it's very unfortunate for poor Senor Veringo at this point. I'm going to look for another game because I think I owe you another one after that. After that Veringo, Fiasco Veringo, basically. We need to find you something very attractive game compared to that. Most definitely. Most definitely we have to get you a better game than that. 100% though, pretty much. Can't let that one slide. Nope. Not today. Nope, not today. Gotta get you something better than that. And we're gonna get you something better than that because I'm gonna look through Discord and we're gonna find another recording. Okay, so I have to look a little bit carefully here because I want to make sure that we don't do any redundancy ones that we've already done. Russia versus Peru? Oh, so they did other ones too. Okay, so they did Game 3 and they did a Game 4. They did an Argentina versus Peru on Yukon and they did a Russia versus... They did an Argentina versus Peru on Yukon and they did a Russia versus Peru on Siberia, so... I may as well do those ones as well. You know, let's do the rest of the series of Veringo versus Sibero games. Because I think the way these two games have gone out, I mean, we've seen stuff you probably would never see in a million years. And it's clear to us that Sibero was a 200 IQ Juanito Bonito with all the tacos and all the Juanitas Bonitas an hombre could ask for. And Veringo's Veringo, not spawning his natives into the right area. So, yeah. Get good, son. Got a lot of work to do. Got a lot of work to do. If you're ever going to see a Juanita Bonita ever again. Got a lot of work to do. A lot of trabajo to do. Yeah. Alright, so this is game number 3 of Sibero versus Veringo, and then there's a 4th one too, so we're going to do both of those. I'm expecting the Siberian one might be a little bit lengthier. All right, so right now, if this was like a tournament series, we'd say that Sabero was up 2-0 right now. And Faringo has a lot of work if he wants to tie this one up. Because since it's only 4 games, best he can do is tie this up. Can't win. He's not going to win. He either comes back, wins a game, Sabero comes... You really don't want Sabero to win against you 4-0. That's not going to look too good. So not good in the slightest. Yeah. And just so before we play, know about Yukon, right? It's got this cool river here and this nice snowy wonderland of muskoxen and caribou. Behind the river, you got this hidden little nook and cranny here with nukas in it, and nice treasures and mines and animals, and yeah, great stuff. Great stuff here if you want to grab it. And you got a nice trade route here too with 4 TPs, enough for two for each player if they want to share it equally. If they don't want to share it equally, one could probably grab 3 of them. Yeah, if you're really smart, you can grab 3 of them. But we'll see if that happens, right? Yeah. Yeah, so this is old Argentina. This is old school Argentina. So this is the one that doesn't have the H2 Escoltas. This is not the one that has the Escopeteros. This is mediocre Argentina that can't deal with heavy infantry and H2. Wham, basically. So Faringo might actually have a shot here. Faringo might actually be able to come back on this one. And I think we believe in Faringo. We believe in the Juanito Peruano to do this. He's never let us down before, so I don't think he's going to let us down again. He just can't. Just can't do it. Not like this. No, not like this at all. Yeah, definitely not. Definitely not. Yeah, so I think in this situation what we might get is, well, I'm trying to think of the best circumstance for Sabero in this case. So Sabero in this situation's best shot is probably to go Patricio Artisanal Cannon, a lot like Sog did versus Danny today. That's probably what he wants to do. Mainly because you're going to need some really powerful stuff hitting in the back to deal with the Legion Peruanos. But you're going to need Patricios also to protect against Machotero. Yeah, that's it, basically. So what order did... Okay, so Sabero doesn't actually use a 3 villager card at all. He just goes right for Cimarrones. Yeah. The roll of the tongue, Cimarrones, yeah. And I guess it's not a bad idea. It's technically a better investment to get it first, because what it does is, again, gives you a pasture, and it lets the cattle that automatically get produced for free at the pasture come out faster. So you inevitably get your fully stacked 10 livestock at a pasture deal a lot quicker that way. And it means that the cows that arrive first are obviously going to fatten up a lot more. So when your gaucho wants to eat an entire sirloin or ribeye steak off the cow, it's going to have a lot less time to wait for that. In game time, that is, yeah. Oh, but he's going... Whoa. Very interesting. So we might be seeing an outlaw built today. We might be getting outlaws today. Yeah, I'm thinking maybe outlaws today. This could be interesting. This could be interesting. We're going to get outlaws today, I think. Because he went for Codizimo, and then he's going to get Facundo. Alright. So, for those that don't know what Cadillos are, you can, once you build a town hall, you can spawn this guy called the Cadillo. And, you know, he's like El Chapo. You know, he spams out really nasty outlaw Juanitos Malos that really hurt civilians and stuff, you know. So the ones that the Caudillo of Argentina can make are pretty strong. They got these ones that can actually use their lassos. They're basically like the old Lasador unit of Argentina, and then they can deal some splash damage pretty much. So pretty strong. They're called the Matreros. Yeah, the Matreros. Quite powerful. So my guess is what he's going to do is he's going to build a town hall. He now doesn't have to pay coin to train his Caudillo. And then he's going to use Facundo to be able to spawn the Matreros out a bit quicker. Yeah, it sounds about right, actually. So he's going to go Polish immigrants, and he's probably going to mix Matreros with the Danube Legion Grenadiers, I think. It's probably the route he's going to go down, honestly, here. Ringo's sticking with Chinese immigrants. Once again, he really likes egg rolls and chicken teriyaki and poo-poo platters for one, because he wishes he could have a Juanita Bonita after that total native mess-up he had in game number 2. So he's going to only have a poo-poo platter for 1 and not for 2 or 3 or 4 now. Yeah, imagine having 3 Juanitas Bonitas. Now that's muy loco. Muy loco. Yep, there's the town hall right there, and then he's going to get the Caudillo right away. Yeah, basically the way Caudillos work in Wars of Liberty, Juanito Civs is you can make, I believe you get 2 common outlaws specific. There's like a pool of common outlaws and there's a pool of unique outlaws. And I believe every civ gets a unique outlaw and 2 common ones from that pool, if I stand corrected. But I think it's a bit, I don't know, I think they changed it a bit. I'm trying to recall now, because I know Uruguay also gets the Matrero as well. And they actually can train them even quicker than Argentina can, because they get even more stuff built around outlaws and so forth. Yeah. Now the cool thing too about going with H2 Polish when you're going with an outlaw strategy is they get a technology at the Polish colony called, I think it's transnational organizations. It actually acts as a combat card for the outlaws, giving them 15% additional stats. So you get even stronger Matreros by going H2 Polish, inevitably. Yeah. Quite good. And because of the thing they did before where they changed around, yep, here's the Matrero right here. Because of the way they gave Uruguay earlier access to Polish and H2, they too can synergize with transnational organizations tech as well, basically. And they get cards in their home city too. They're also act as outlaw combat cards. So I mean, Uruguay's probably the strongest civ to go with a Matrero rush, but Argentina can do it too, with their own set of units. The only problem is it's a 4-pop unit. So you do need to get some houses to afford this stuff. Like, yeah, use the Mercado. Use the Supermercado to do it. Yeah, you're going to need a couple more houses to get out a good number of these. Because the thing is, yeah, they do have a bit of good splash. Another thing he's going to need to do too is he's going to have to get the Caudillo a bit closer, because the Caudillo, in addition to training the outlaws, also provides an aura that boosts the stats of the outlaws. So the Matreros around the Caudillo, right, they have about 20 attack with 187 HP, whereas Matreros away from the Caudillo only have 150 HP with only 16 attack. So huge difference. You're going to have to move that Caudillo in when you're attacking with these. 100%.
Preparado. Dígame, señor.
Let's see if he can do it, though. Oh, he's going Matrero in stagger mode. That could be pretty feisty, actually. Let's see if, Yep, get him in the melee, get them in the melee. You actually want to shoot the Musketeros, believe it or not, because that way you're actually getting more damage into them. Yeah, oh, no, yeah, well, hey, he was able to avoid a good portion of the grenade damage there, which is pretty good. Alright, so he beat the Musketeros now, and now he has to beat the Grenadiers. See, I think Faringo should actually make some more Musketeros just to change up the combat and force the Matreros onto defense. If he just makes a bunch of Grenadiers, he's going to give Sabero a chance of snowballing an army of Matreros at him and turn it into something really hard he can't battle with anymore. But if he adds in some Musketeros in, he does force the Matreros to target the Musketeros, whereas the grenades stay completely unscathed, and they can start to snowball out of control at him. Ooh, good grenade toss. Just beat that one. Perfect. Yeah, Sabero needs to get some houses out. He needs to get some houses down right now. How much wood has he got? Yeah, he needs some... Oh, he has enough houses, but... Why isn't he... Oh, so he is making them, alright. Did he get his, Focando yet? No. Well, the thing is about Focando, as far as, like, infantry outlaws is concerned, it really feels kind of meager, because it really just feels like a compensation of the fact that you don't have fencing school. Right? Because Argentina's supposed to be like a cav-only civ. They don't get fencing school, so Facundo ends up just being fencing school just for outlaw infantry and native. No, just outlaw infantry, so really just the Matreros, really. Kind of feels like you're getting gypped out of something, really. Also, he's going to start to add in the damn youth legion, so he's going to have his own grenadiers add to the mix. And a good reason to get these Polish butcher immigrant workers from your colony is they come with the free cow, so you can add those right onto your pasture alongside the ones that are coming out of the building. So it really works well to your advantage to get those. He's going to need a lot more Matreros in this, though, to maintain a push. He's not going to be able to just push in with just 8 of them. He's going to need a much more intensive army of them. So he's got 5 coming here. He's going to have to get 5 more coming out next. Yeah.
Preparado. Dígame, señor.
Where's the Cadillo?
A tus órdenes.
Cadillo's down here, so he's gonna have to.
Preparado.
No, don't engage yet. You need to have the Cadillo with you when you're engaging. He's literally losing like HP and attack by doing this. Needs to stop doing that. No, don't engage. Unless he's trying to make him force him out for something. Yeah, see now he knows that he has to group up with the Cadillo. Yep. Alright, thankfully Ringo was very kind enough to back off for him. Let him do that. But still the Cadillo is way too far from. No. You don't do that. You don't siege a bill when you know he's. See, now he's gonna get a leg up on you, and now you lost all that money for nothing. Thank you for that. Yeah. You can never be safe with Varingo. Varingo always has musketeers waiting outside your area there. You know. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, never do that. Never with Varingo. You never give him that chance. You gotta keep your army on combat until you rip through his army. Because he's just gonna do that to you. He might have just lost right now. You know that? He might have just lost the game right now. Yeah, he might have just lost the game right there. Because look at all the food he has. He could, like, go Uber Grenadier right now. He's already got enough backup to get the extractivism now, and... Does Sparrow have butchers? He does not have butchers, so when it comes to eating these herbals, he is going to actually have to invest more of his vil time into these animals. Should have just gotten butchers in his deck, because it lets you slurp up that meat really quickly. As if it's like a meat slurpee, something. Yeah, meat slurpee, sounds delectable. Hamburger and steak flavored slurpee. I guarantee American people would drink that, right? Like your local 7-Eleven. Oh yeah, definitely. %.
A tus órdenes.
Ooh, what? Yep, took out the polar bear there. Yeah, see, now you have the problem of he's got way too much units now. So, I mean, it turns into a hassle at this point. Does he have any musketeers in reserve? Or... yeah. What is he doing at this point? It's like, wait, why do you keep stopping and not doing anything? Just throw the lasso, cowboy.
Preparado.
Yeah, you gotta stop, like, idling like that. And, like, you're playing chicken at this point. Like, yeah, just stop and throw. Like, let the units die out, pick some more, and hold them back. Definitely Vringo's time to shine, I think. After the last conundrum, the last game, I definitely think he's holding his ground now and ready to prove himself. Infernals, nah, that's not going to do anything. Yeah. I like how the grouches just die and vanish out of existence. They just, like, disappear. Yeah, like these Juanito houses, they just fill full of smoke and stuff. Yeah, that's a little bit more normal, yeah. Yeah, I can understand that one.
Dale nomás. Que llene el horno y nos vamos a encontrar.
What did Faringo go if you just went with Chinese? Wave 2 it looks like. Could have gone Irish. I've seen Faringo go with the Irish before. Irish could have been a pretty interesting one for him. This is like a total reversal of what we saw with the Australia versus Peru games. Like, Faringo seems to be in total control now. I think what happened was Sabero felt like Faringo really... He's kind of turned into an old senile chocolate chip ice cream eating old man like Joe Biden, basically, and old coot at that point, and not much brain with them left. And then they realized, oh, wait a minute, I just had a really good Civ. Now I'm stuck with a horrible Civ Argentina pre 1.1.1b, and yeah, things totally change, you know. Yeah. Yeah, never assume somebody's into chocolate chip ice cream and they're old and stuff because they lose as Peru against Australia and they don't know how to take their natives out the native site properly. Because even smarties like myself have done it before, so I mean, happens to the best of us, happens to the worst of us. Yeah. It definitely happened to me a lot more when I was like growing up in like high school and stuff, playing AoE3 by myself against the bots, but it still happens from time to time now, but I don't do it that badly. It'll be like, hey, a couple of infantry units. I'm like, oh, that's a shame. I lost some resources. I'll delete those units and I'll set it up properly now. No, you don't delete the native site. Just not a good idea. Just saying. Not gonna get any rewards out of that. I'm telling you. Just not a good idea. Definitely not. Yeah. You know what would be funny? Imagine if he had... You know what he should have done for 200 IQ? He should have put his gauchos next to the outlaw here, and then all the cowboys would go, "Yeehaw!" and start shooting at him. Like it's a Texas shootout at that point, an Old West shootout. Oh god, that would have been nasty. And then all the macheteros would have died, and then the Juanitas Bonitas here would be getting shot on their behinds by these nasty cowboys. And then, yeah. What are the cowboys even doing up in the Yukon? I mean, they must be prospectors going up for the Alaskan gold rush in the Klondike, right? Like, yeah. Only explanation I can think of, right? What would a bunch of cowboys be doing up in the snowy, icy tundra up here in the super north of Canada? Super duper cold. Yeah, they must be mining prospectors. Overall, this is the problem for Sabero. He was playing too much around with the Matrero play, and now Fringo has a full army of Grenadiers with probably the veteran, and yep, with the veteran-inspired upgrade on both the Bushatero and the Legion Puana. That is game over for you. Unless you can... Oh, but he did make it to age 3, though, so he's going to try to make up for it with Escolta and Infernal. He could do it, potentially. But it depends on if Ringo's willing to let you do that, right? If he gives you enough time to do that, willing, yeah, he might be able to punish Ringo super hard with that. But not if you're gonna, yeah, you gotta sort of stay near the base, make that army, man, get that stuff out. Because if you don't, you're gonna have some serious problems, right? Serious problems. Yeah. And I like too how he went up with Polish Immigrants Wave 2 to get 2 free stable wagons and free arsenal wagon. That was pretty smart. So that way he could triple stable the Escoltas now. That's pretty smart on his part here. What isn't smart is putting your houses this far away from your base for Ringo just to siege. At least though it served as a bit of a distraction. Now it's going to let him know that Sabero knows what you're doing right now, and might scare Ringo off just long enough for you to get another batch of the Escoltas, right?
See?
I mean, I don't think Ringo's gonna... Is he gonna get... He could get Yanet. Like, is he getting stable, getting a Yanet? Nah, no Yanets just yet. So he's starting to get the Irish right now. He's going to do the Irish dig, get some green eggs and ham. Some corned beef and cabbage, actually. Yeah, corned beef and cabbage. Yeah, it's not Dr. Seuss. It's St. Patrick's Day. Which, oh, it is a technology, actually, for the Irish immigrants, St. Patty's Day. Definitely. What's going on with this trackpad? It's acting a little bit... Alright, there we go. There we go. Everything's good now. What time is it? Oh, it's almost 10, so we've been streaming pretty long today. Awesome. I like that. I like that. Looking back what Sabero's doing. So Sbarrow's gonna not train anything, which is really a bad idea, and he's just gonna ship in horse grenadiers. Like, why? Why would you do that? Why aren't you making anything? Why? Why are you just trying to impress us? Why? Like, really, why are you doing that? You understand he's gonna be attacking with full throttle army now, so you need to do something about that. Alright, so he's going Infernals, okay. So, I mean, you could do that too. It's good, better against these, technically, yeah. But I wouldn't be so worried about the Musketeer. I'd be more worried about the Grenadier problem, right? Actually, no. No, they nerfed him in this patch, right? So, yeah. Yeah, okay. Boop, 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 yep, yep. Get in the melee. Stop. Don't let the AI path you. It's just not gonna work. Alright. Oh, no, don't retreat. Don't retreat. They don't have multipliers against you, you muppet. Go after them. It's the best shot you got at this point. Don't stop splitting your army up like that. You gotta try to wipe them out a little bit. Huh. Oh, there you go. There you go. Alright. Quick enough. Yeah. Yeah, I think if he went like FF at the start and he was doing like this comp of Inferno, Sculpta, probably we'd be looking at a very different situation here. Yeah. Betrayal just usually doesn't work 90% of the time unless you're really your Alucard. Alucard can do it well, and I believe Fierro has done it reasonably well before as well, but it's definitely a skill to learn, but if you can do it, it's pretty cool. But yeah. I mean, he did pretty well on resources. Military, though, yeah, this is the gap. Like, if he got Infernals on top of him a lot sooner, maybe we'd be looking at a different scenario. Maybe he could have trained in some units to offset the Machetero numbers a bit. Little things like that. Little things like that do add up, though, so yeah. Yep, I just gotta keep clicking this X button on the thing until the game crashes. Yep, it looks like I had that freezy problem with the AoE 3 game once again, so now I have to boot into the H3Y.exe so we can get to the last game in this series of theirs. Alright, so we go into record games. This one. Alright, so this is the last one they're doing. It's Ringo's Peru versus Barrow's Russia. And what a more perfect map for Russia than Siberia itself. Siberia. Very cold, endless wasteland, tundra steppe of snow and ice and lots of prisoners. Yeah, basically. So yeah, it's a great map. You got the ice river in the center of it. So you basically can't build on this ice at all. If you sat there trying to build something, you'd probably slip on the ice and fall through it. Get eaten by something living under the ice. Yeah, not a great idea. So yeah, definitely barely don't even want to walk on that ice unless you got ice skates. It's not going to work. I think Russia's probably a great city to deal with Peru. They can get a lot of Cantonists out, Cossacks, and Pastunis that can really overwhelm them pretty quickly. Yeah, I should try spamming Russia against Varango in our 1v1s. Could be a pretty good strategy. Yeah. 100%. Yeah. I'm just curious, what philosophy Sabero's going to use in this game. Is he going to go Pastuni? Is he going to go Cossack? Is he going to go Cantonist, Line Infantry, Partisan, even? Wait, you got some options, you got options, and then, yeah. Got 4 units out of the blockhouse, 1 out of the stable, and then as you move on, you get Dragoons, you get the Acronics, basically a Prussianics, but they're available later. Yeah, lots of options. Well, from the looks of it, I think we're probably going to see a lot of mounted play, perhaps. I think I see all the combat related cards here, except for Ransack and Advance Ars. So probably shock unit, maybe some focus on the pikes and the Strellet, so the Cantonists here. Totally could be the case, yeah. Again, I don't like the Sevastopol without the National Redoubt. I feel like the two are sort of made for each other, so you should totally get that if you're doing that. To me, it doesn't really make a whole lot of sense to do anything otherwise in that situation. Is Ringo doing his same deck? Yes, he is. Yes, he is. Totally useless card with no water on it. Except for frozen water, right? You can make an ice rink out of this. You're not getting any boats in here. You're not getting any big deposits of guano and big pooping birds on there. No, you're not getting any pooping birds on this ice. Nope. Chinese? China. Yep, he loves China. Loves Chinese women. Fringo, how could you? What about the Juanitas Bonitas? Artisan, 400 wood. Sets you up with a nice blockhouse later. Theoretically, you're surprised to start chopping now, so you could get a blockhouse now, so you could attack now, but, if he's going for something a bit different, we might see that develop. I definitely don't understand why no steel guns down here, though. That's like a pretty common one, right? He's got Cantonist Horde, but, nothing else. Besides the factories, of course. If you didn't have factories, I mean, we'd be looking at League of B. Anyone that doesn't put factories in their Age 4 is looking at League of B, unless it's a super duper duper rush deck that wins out every single time. Basically, you gotta have factories. Just have to have factories on there. There's no other way you're gonna do it. No other way. No other way. It's just not gonna work. I'm just wondering, like, how's it going to work on this fairly big map? Because if Russia wants to put a blockhouse on, they'd have to do it, like, on that side of the river. And how close is that? Where would you put that? Like, normally, midpoint would be, like, around here, right? But then the ice, and then, yeah. So you kind of have to do it a bit differently, I think. It's kind of the only explanation I got at this point with it. $700 wood. What's Peru doing? I know they got much of taro, but are they doing anything else? Getting coin. What are they gonna do with all that? Dinero? Are they gonna pay for some Juanitas Bonitas? Are they gonna buy a taco or some Peruvian food or whatever? Something like that. Yeah. Buy a taco. Yeah, that's not Peruvian. That's Mexican. I like tacos though. Really, really simple food that anybody can probably put together. You know, if you got some hamburger meat that's already cooked or whatever, you could throw it in. You got chicken, you can throw it in. You got fish, you got shrimp. Got some, cheese or tomato or salsa or whatever. You can put it together a taco with just about anything in your kitchen. It's pretty good. Just gotta have the good tortilla for it, Preferably not that horrible stuff that comes in the box, right? Ortega, yeah, like old El Paso, yeah. Something good. Like, I've had good tortilla bread before, and I've had not so good tortilla bread before. You can tell what's, like, basically American. Throw salt on it to give it flavor. Poop, like corn and salt, and what actually, adds a bit of a Juanito taste to it, basically. I think the best tortilla I had before was probably El Salvador, from El Salvador at some fried chicken place. It was good. Yeah, it was really good. Raid, but it failed. Horribly. Well, sort of horribly. Did damage some stuff, but did he kill anything? No. But did he lose something? Yes, I think he lost his explorer there. To fight till the last bullet is fired. He even fired his last bullet and he still fell. Now this is Machetero raid right here. Machetero. So why is he building the capital? Is he going RD? Oh, he's going royal decree. He's going great reform. So he's getting the. He's going with the great emancipation and Miltion's reforms, which basically means he's going to get the veteran upgrades on all his units for free once he researches that tech. But then his units will become a bit more expensive, and then he's probably going to get the next thing, the one with. Oh, he's going with the Pavlovsky Guard. Oh, nice. So I think that gives him what, like, I believe. It gives him veteran grenadiers. Okay. Comes all the Pavlovsky Grenadiers. Yep, a big stack of them. Let's be able to push in with those. It's a good way to get a quick army of grenadiers going is Russia. I haven't really played around with this too much, like getting the Pavlovsky Guard alongside like a Russian army. Should probably give it a try at some point. Maybe it's a good synergy. Bit of a side attack here onto the trading post. Yeah, don't attack with just these. You know what's gonna happen to you, right? Right? No, you couldn't do that, could you? Yeah, you didn't know what these things are, right? They're cavalry, right? Yeah, just shoot them at this point. No, that's just really sad. Sad excuse for nothing. Oh, no, shoot him, you guys, no, shoot him. No. You actually lost both of them? How could you do that? How do you even lose one of them? You lost both of them. Did you see that? He just idled there? Oh, no. Don't end it like this. Don't let Fringo tie the round up with you, man. Doing a great thing here. You don't let him do that. Just wipe the burrito under the rug. Sweep the tortilla into the paper shredder or whatever. I don't know. Yeah, put a tortilla in a paper shredder. Yeah, that's going to be a great idea. I don't think that'd go very good. Trying to throw a corn tortilla in a paper shredder. Probably break the blades on it for sure. Yeah. Now, if you rush a little bit quicker, you might be able to destroy this American-British fort over here that somehow belongs to Peru because they didn't want to give it unique Peruvian names. They just have American name for it. But nope, he's just going to run back and let him build it because that's a nice thing to do. Get a stable, maybe get some Cossacks. Okay. I can understand. I mean, as long as he, plays this a little bit more carefully this time, I think this is kind of a shoo-in for him. He's going to win this 3-1, which would be awesome, right? Yeah, I mean, it's just like, you got the advantage. Throw the advantage at him. Like, don't let him build. Let him build and stuff. Like, he's going to become a problem. It's become a very nasty Juanito problem for you. Alright, so he's going to try to push now? Now? No, he's not. Okay, good move. I wouldn't push at this point if he has the fort. Fort's gonna drag you down way too much. You don't want to push him when he has the fort. Wait till the fort is dealt with at that point. Yeah. Really don't want to deal with the fort at this point. He's gonna look for some points to raid on. Not bad. You're gonna probably get, yeah, you're gonna get some up here. Go over here. Right here. Pay attention to the hunts where they are. But can he see, like, yeah, see, he's not looking around the hunts, which is really not a great move. He's like going around, unless he's scouting. I mean, he might just be scouting here. But he has them into the raiding formation, where you group them up together and they attack at the same time together. Though, it's alerting him to where he is. And this is just not a good idea. And then he's, please tell me you're going to go this way. You're not going to go into the threat. Yeah, you're just going to... Well, now he has a house there, so I mean, you kind of alert him, so now he's just going to hide in the house. He's just going to hide in the house and eat some cookies or something every time he comes. Some guy ate this.
Приказ?
Что?
Что?
Готов. Приказ? Да. Готов.
Yeah, now it looks like an arrowhead, like a big arrowhead formation at this point. But yeah, why is he? What is he doing? He's going into the. Watch. What? Whoa. No. Okay. Do something then. Fight him. Make it worth your. No, but he's yeah. Make it worth it. Don't let him do that. Just shoot him. Make as much you can pursue him. Try to get as many as you can. You can get a lot, that's even better. Try to shoot these. Try to do something useful.
Приказ?
Yeah, I don't know. Trying to root him on at this point, but it's like he's really not making the best tactical plays. Like, he's really not looking to raid very much. He knows about this one, so this one he could probably get if he's very tactful. Pay attention. Do something. You got only a number of seconds. You let him reach up to you and you didn't do anything. Is that really good? Yeah, I mean, I got my own problems with micro though, but yeah. Alright, so yeah, get the Cossacks in there. Alright, now he's in good shape. Alright. Yep, and now you gotta hunt him down with the lances, and I got a phone call me. We'll finish this up in a few seconds. 1 second. Up the rest of this match. Okay, so basically he's trying to hunt down the grenadiers as best as he can, but unfortunately as you kill them they get this nice speed boost as they're retreating, pretty much.
ガトー
Готов. Приказ в атаку.
Yeah, these are gonna get ambushed. Oh, he prepared. He prepared and shot at him. That's good. He was paying attention to that, which is great. And then it's gonna give his Cossacks a chance to inroad into here. But why isn't he not moving his army in this direction? Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's for the best because he has the fort here. Yeah. There. I think he's trying to basically avoid cannon fire from the fort that could potentially hurt him. So he has to be kind of careful with the way that he goes into that push at that point. Yeah, pretty much. So was there any chat stuff I need? Oh, any Paraguayan gameplay? We could actually do some Paraguayan gameplay if you want.
Готов.
Yeah, if you want to see the game I did with Dan... Do you want to see the one I did with Daniel Pereira? I already put that one on YouTube, but would you want to see me analyze that by any chance? If you do, we could do that.
Бой. Приказ.
Yeah, let me know if you want to see that one. If not, I'm probably not going to do it because I already put that one on YouTube, so I don't want to show the one he does something we've already done on the channel. But if you want to see that one specifically on here, we could probably do that one. It's pretty weird though, we haven't had any Paraguayan gameplay yet for the whole night so far, which is kind of rare. I mean, we usually have Paraguayan gameplay. It's like one of the main War of the Triple Alliance Wars of Liberty civs. No, I'm pretty shocked we haven't had any Paraguayan recordings here yet of stuff that looked really new. Yeah, I mean, trust me, if I was more active in these weeks, I'd probably have a lot of Paraguayan matches for someone like Jeff to go over, but
Бой. В атаку.
I don't know, people don't play it as much. I don't know why. And I don't know why you would run into the Grenadiers like that and still be idling your army, not shooting anything. Yeah, no, that's... You should never engage like that. Never do that. Because now, he's gonna... He's not gonna... You know, he won that engagement, hands down. You mother... I'm not even gonna say it. He's just giving him the game at this point. Bad engagement after bad engagement this entire time. Like throwing a... What do you not do when you have grenadiers? You don't group your units up right in front of them like that. So their splash of their grenade toss snowballs out of control. That is. And guess what also has splash? The Mushatero has splash. So group up your units as much as you can like a packed can of sardines. That's a great idea. I just don't like watching that happen again and again like that. Like you do it once, fine, but don't do it again. You need to get good with your formations here. I don't know if Sabero was the one I was talking. I was talking to one of the Juanitos about playing Arena to get good at learning micro and formations. That's something that everyone should probably do, whether they play Wars of Liberty or not. Is they should probably start trying Arena out, either in Legacy, on ESO with some of those lobbies, or they should try the one that's in the one they built for Definitive Edition. And the reason I'm saying that is basically Arena really teaches you how to build proper armies and how to micro those armies. Because I keep seeing the same errors from Sabero this whole game, basically, and a bit the last game. Questionable army types and questionable formation choices. He's literally stopping to siege a house and letting Faringo smother his army without even flinching. Like he just keeps doing what he's doing, and yeah, it's just, yeah.
Приказ?
Что?
Что?
Готов. Что? Приказ?
Готов.
Готов.
Приказ? Что?
Приказ?
Готов.
Готов.
Приказ?
Что?
Yeah, I mean, cool, he got a free build, that's cool.
Что?
I also know how he's gonna get Cav combat, pretty fair. He's gonna get some more stats on these Cossacks, which is good. My question is like, what's the next step? Like, where are we looking at Varengo Industrial Age next? The problem you run into with Industrial Age is is you can't bring these guys up to guard. You can get the guard upgrade on the Legion Piranhas, but you cannot get the guard on the Mushateros. Yeah. Now I'm waiting for a moment where you gotta watch out for this too. You always gotta be careful of that. I do that a lot myself. Like I'll have my army too close, and some of the cav will break off because of the AI and chase down and land in a nasty situation. Yeah, especially Cossacks. The problem with Cossacks is they're very spammable, and you can have them since they're one pop. They have a pretty low HP amount compared to Hussars, so if they go off the trail like that, they're gonna drop pretty quickly. Pretty quickly overall. Yeah, one thing Sabero could do, which would throw things for a loop really badly, is he could get Dragoon here. He could get Maneuver. Maneuver in particular is great against Mushateros because they have such low HP. Getting guard Dragoons here with Cav combat could win him a great battle against the Mushateros and make... Yeah, oh yes, he's doing that. He's doing that. He knew that I told him to do that. He's doing it. guard. You gotta get the guard upgrade though. When you can ruin your infantry army, you can't. You gotta get them first. You gotta get the dragoons first. You have to build another stable to get that. You need to get another stable to do that, basically. Because what you're gonna do is you're gonna get the guard dragoons, and you're gonna mass enough of them up to basically engage into a pretty good firefight with the musketeros. Basically, that's what you're gonna try to do here. Yeah.
Готов. Приказ. Да. Атаку. Бой. Да.
Ooh, we got the Chevalier Royal Decree Guard from the... but he's not using it. He's not using it. He's not using it. He's idling. He's idling. He's... Put these in the front right now. Right now. Attack them. Do something. Get that. Get that. Try to do at least some melee, yeah. Yeah, because I think the Cuirassiers or Assault, they might be a... But stop moving your army! Stop moving your army trying to reposition. It's stupid. You're not helping yourself. Stop repositioning. You gotta keep shooting at him. But now he's bringing the Dragoons into the wrong spot. Okay. He needs to have some spatial reasoning of... You don't bring the Dragoons in when you see these on this side. You have to swoop them around the ice and come over on this side. Alright, he's gonna try and build a blockhouse to stall himself out a bit against Cantonist Horde. Which could work. See if it works. See if it works. Total blunder once again. But I think as the game goes on, if he wants to get like Dragoon, he does have the opportunity to get Guard Dragoon and basically negate the strength of these Musketeros. He can get... Yep, he's going to get Ranged Cavalry Cockerel, which is perfect. Caracol. I keep calling it Cockerel. I keep seeing a C there instead of an R. Done that since I was young. I thought it was Cockerel, not Carol. My bad. Learn something new every day, and yeah, he could just mix these at the guard level, get the guard Cantonist, and build a huge stack of that. That would be good enough to just spray through this entire like flank of like Musketeros, pretty much. Yeah, because here's the thing, if you can keep shooting his Musketeros and take them out of the fight permanently, then he's just fighting with Grenadiers and then massing the Cantonist with the Guard upgrade and the counter-infantry rifling will be your ticket to paradise. That's what you gotta do. It's really the only way you're gonna do it. It's the only way it's gonna succeed at this point. I'm surprised those Vills are even still alive at this point. Yeah, I'm really surprised those Vills are even still alive. I mean, he's very lucky he got to keep those for that long. Yeah, good for him, though. I mean, gotta go to Mao that silver out of the mine. Guard yet? Guard upgrade? Por favor? Guard? Need guard upgrade on these to really get a good edge on them, I think. Oh, but the Russian winter's gonna slow him down enough to... Oh, wow, this is perfect. This way with... No, I mean, yeah, no. You don't have to kite as much. Just, yeah, you can do that. That's good kiting. Don't move... Ah, okay. I'm just overreacting a bit because I've seen him do some pretty big blunders here too with the micro, but that was actually a pretty fairly good kite against the Musketeros, and yeah. Alright, so that puts Farengo back on the pedestal, I think, and now he's going to have to come up with a new unit to protect his Grenadiers with. He's going to use Braneros now, because he knows they have multipliers against the maneuver tag. So he's going to be making some skirmish. And you know what you do now? You just make lots of Cossacks then. Cossacks, Dragoon, to deny Musketero play, and some Cantonists. That's perfect. Just make lots of these Cossacks then. Basically it. Now, one thing I don't understand about the Branero is, if it has such meager multipliers against stuff, why does it have, like, still has a mouse against Scout? You'd think that they'd let it be better against Scout because, you know, the thing doesn't have any strength against heavy infantry. It's already a mediocre weapon. At least I think so. I don't know. Are Braneros that great, honestly? What do you think? I mean, the cool thing, I guess, about them compared to the Escopetero is at least the Braneros do have Guard and Imperial upgrade by default. So, I mean, they are viable throughout the game, I guess. If your goal is to fight maneuver class, then yeah, they are always an option for you. I guess they can get a decent range attack. Perhaps. Mayhaps. Got a message from someone to do some AoE with them. Probably could do that with them after this match. Yeah, let them know that we can do some DE games after the stream ends. Yeah, thankfully, because I was streaming DE earlier this week, I do have the configuration set up, so I only have to boot that game up once, thankfully. Yeah, that'll be good. Unless, of course, you want me to do another match and find one somewhere. You're the viewers. You can decide. You know, I'm not. I'd rather like stream longer doing Wars of Liberty than playing DE, honestly, because, you know, I don't get a lot of, I mean, I get a lot of DE viewership, but Wars of Liberty streams tend to get totally a lot of views a lot of the time, you know, because at least what the YouTube stats are saying right now, we already have 100 views, 100 plus views on this stream, so it's gone pretty well compared to my other uploads that sometimes might get like 20 or 30, you know. The stream recruits a lot of viewership, which is more likely to be treated well in the algorithm for other Wars of Liberty players to get into, and maybe some non-Wars of Liberty players. The goal of, you know, just doing all these Wars of Liberty streams is A, obviously help my channel out, B, get a larger Wars of Liberty community, because that inevitably helps me out and getting people interested in the mod, leads to more viewership in my gameplay. It's good for everybody. You know, everybody gets to have more fun, more variety of gameplay, different challenges, you know. Because you want to have as many different vibrant opponents as possible in the Wars of Liberty community. You just don't want to be dealing with the same people you've dealt with for the past 10 years, you know. There's nothing wrong with them, it's just, you know, expand your horizons, make Wars of Liberty as popular as D in terms of gameplay. That would be really neat. Oh, yeah, definitely. Anyone else leave some chat on here? Nope, nobody said anything yet. Alright. Take that as everybody's good then.
Mi sfuerzas fracasaron.
Now, this is a problem for Baringo. He has enough resources to get a full army here, but I don't see him. He's only queuing up kind of. Alright, I get what he's doing. He's trying to get Veneros to fight off the Dragoons so we can maybe get Meshenteros once again. Yeah, he's trying to get the Veneros to clean off the maneuver threat so he can make assault viable once again. Yeah, Yeah. Alright. But he really should be training some other stuff here. He could make some Lanceros. Lanceros would be good. Like, inspired Lanceros into the Cantonese armies would be... Because I see he's floating like a lot of food here. Same thing for Russia. Like, but yeah, I mean, I can see him making stuff though. He's making Cantonese. He's gonna get some projects. Yeah, try to make as much units. Try not to float as many resources when you got your economy is at this good level. You can afford to do a little spam work here, just to get the edge in your favor, basically. Yeah. Yeah, I see these Cantonese seem to be crewing pretty well here and pushing. Yep, pretty much.
Мне возвращается сила.
Ooh, nice maneuver by Mishiteros though. That was a good sweep at the Moors. It's gonna preserve the fort a little longer. But unfortunately you got Cossacks. Oh, but then the Acronics. The Acronics will finish this off though. Pretty safe to say Acronics will clean this up. They got Bill in about 15, right? Yeah, they're basically the same thing as the Prishniks, but they start out at guard upgrades, so they're already really beefy at this point and nasty to deal with. Imperial Age? Okay, that's really powerful. Yeah, Severo, good. I think this was a good way for him to cap off the series, you know, winning 3-1 against Faringo here. 1 win with the Russians, 2 with the Australians. Only falling short with the Argentines. Yeah, pretty good. Good stuff. Good stuff, I would say. Definitely. Most definitely.
Готов.
Приказ? Что?
Oh, we got the ones from the Imperial Age, right? Yeah, he got an Imperial Age politician that grants you more of them, so he was able to get them over the bill limit. We haven't seen these in action yet, though. This could be pretty spicy indeed. Picking up excessive taxation. That's a really strong coin upgrade, as you know. 50% improvement on all coin sources, including that of the plantations. Also mining, if there's any mining left, which there shouldn't be, right? All the mines should be gone at this point. Yeah. A little bit of huntables left, though. Great siege here. Now Varingo makes the Lanceros, but way too late without any upgrades. Could at least gotten the veteran upgrade on that for sure. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I think Varingo should have went Legion Piranha Lancero. That way you force them onto line infantry, and then you can, you know, use the Grenadiers, maybe throw in some Escolta. You know what I mean? Like, it takes a lot of maneuvering, I know, but you kind of have to, like, work at a perfect roster combination, a perfect unit combo. Like, Lancero Piranha beats a lot of infantry, and it's a little bit more impervious to the maneuver class than going, say, Musketeros, which get shredded by Dragoons, and then Escoltas, which, you know, they'll die to Dragoons eventually, because Dragoons statistically are better, because of their multipliers against them. Yeah. It's pretty much that sort of stuff. Oh yeah, I mean, look at this stuff. Okay, so the kills were about the same here. That's actually pretty significant for Varingo because, yeah, I mean, yeah, he doesn't get as many units, but he was able to get that, yeah. Very interesting. Very interesting. Alright. So what's the plan? Do you want another game, or are we good? Like, what are you thinking? Want us to cap it off with something? It's up to you. You're the viewers. Anybody gonna chat? Let me know they want another match, or are they good for the night? We're almost at 11 p.m. in Eastern Standard Time. It's been a pretty good stream, I would say. I mean, I was worried because I had a phone call during one of the parts of the stream where I was sitting there for like 10 minutes. I'm like, oh no, the stream's ruined, like that. And then, guess what? It went pretty good. We got some more games in and made it up in the end, I think, you know? Certainly. I mean, definitely I feel like I really like these Wars of Liberty streams quite a bit, because I'm able to explore all sorts of different gameplay stuffs that I normally can't. Yeah, but one thing I will say though, we need to make sure that we get lots and lots of things in the Rex Games channel before next Thursday, because if you want to see me do streams of this length, like 1 to 11 midnight, we need to have enough games to actually carry that out with, right? The best Juanito Benito. El Captain's here. Nice. One of the original Wars of Liberty YouTubers. I remember watching your uploads early on when I first got Wars of Liberty, your very interesting hoplite outfit. Remember that quite a lot, actually. Yep, you did the Greeks, I believe, and then you, trying to remember what other civs you did. You did Greeks, you did one of the Juanito civs, I remember. Yeah. Yep. Definitely check out El Captain's, Old Wars of Liberty uploads. Are pretty fun. Those are from like the old days of Wars of Liberty, back when Egypt didn't have any functioning home city and they basically could ship revolving cannons in Age 1. I always win just with Sapper. That'll only get you so far, though, Labby, Joester. That'll only get you so far, trust me. I think if you try... Here's what I'll say. You try that against me, you do in Argentina in this current patch, and that will not work. As soon as you get Sapper, I'll already have early Cuirassiers researched from the home city. I'll have an army of Escoltas available. And those Escoltas will shred your Sappers in one hit or less. Guaranteed. Your Sappers won't survive my Age 2 Escoltas. Just saying. I like the Sapper gameplay myself, and it sometimes can be really obnoxious and annoying to do to people, and it really sets them off. But after a while, going Escolta like that, going with things like Escolta, Cuirassier, even Hussar, going the Scout class, completely shreds the Sappers. Once people learn how to counter Sappers, Sappers don't work that great anymore. And here's the thing, too, with Sappers. You can actually counter Sappers with the emergency units at your town center. Your Minutemen, your Serenos, your Firemen. Those can wipe out the Sappers as well. Now, it's not a long-term solution, right? You do need to come up with something after that, because you can only send it at most like twice, right? If you have that town militia card for the Europeans, you can get your Minutemen twice. If you have a German immigrant colony, you can call out the Firemen twice from different structures and the Serenos twice. As well as that, oh yeah, you can call out the Serenos twice as Paraguay as well, because they have a card that helps with that, right? And I think Paraguay in general would be great at wiping out Sappers, just because they have the Coaguas that deal the shotgun style damage, and they just are going to be able to spray down multiple Sappers at the same time with all those bullets coming out of their shells, basically. So yeah, don't think that Sappers is going to win you every game. If you go after some more skilled players that especially are going to know that you're going to go Sappers, and most you're going to beat them once doing that, and then they're going to say, oh, I know what he's all about, I'm just going to prepare for that. I'm going to, build a stable first and go after, keep it near my base, so whenever he does come with the Sappers, guess what? Sappers are don't do sap at that point. They get sapped out of existence by my big shiny swords. Yeah. Yeah, definitely be careful of thinking that Sappers can win you games. It's just not gonna happen every... I win some games still using Sappers, though. But you gotta do it in a very... how do I put this? Strategic way. If you try to go with just Sappers by themselves, unless you're dealing with someone who's really low ELO, I'll put it that way, that doesn't know the mod very well, you're usually not going to be able to pull off just Sapper rushes. I have done it to some people before, and it has worked surprisingly, and is a demoralizing feat in doing that to them. It weakens their morale and their spirit and stuff, and because it's like, oh my god, he didn't just beat me with musketeers or hussars, he beat me with these bunch of angry guys with shovels, just shoveled me to death and fully buried me in the dirt afterwards, or in the pile of leaves or whatever, depending on what map you're in, or the sand. Yeah, bury you in the sand too. Yeah, out in the Sahara and beachy environments of Florida. Yeah, most definitely. Yeah. Any other comments from anyone? Since we're here now at the end of all these games, because I'll be honest, I don't know where the next new games are, because I was starting to scroll up in the Discord and I was starting to see ones that seemed familiar to me, and I really, really don't want to subject you to games we've already done before, because you're going to get one person that remembers them going, oh my god, this Kningo's making me watch the same Legos demasiados. You know what I mean? That's what it's gonna turn into. Like, you show me that juego cuatro tiempo. You know what I mean? 4 times, basically. It's just gonna get really old really quick. You know what I mean? You gotta keep the games fresh and new and entertaining. You know what I mean? Otherwise, it just gets really old really quickly. And that's why, I call on you, the Wars of Liberty community, to give me more recordings for next week. I'm sure you'll get them to me. I'm sure you'll get me a pretty good pack. God's are Stefan Petrovic will be with me next week too, so he'll be joining us and offering his insight too. So we'll definitely have a bit of back and forth conversation there. Also with Maston or any of the devs want to jump in as well, they're always welcome to. Because that was a pretty good stream, wasn't it? It was me, Stefan, and Maston, all 3 of us, offering our inputs. That was pretty unique. I think the more voices you get in a stream, offering their not only their opinions on the game, but also their talking style, their memes and jokes and everything, it just leads to a better experience. So if anybody thinks they can handle casting and wants to ever come on with me at any time for fun, why not? Why not? It's really just a fun experience overall. Yeah. Definitely. So, that's good if everybody's fine right now. I'm fine with just closing the stream right now and saying see you on Tuesday if you like the Fav Edition. If you just want to see Wars of Liberty, see you on Thursday of next week. We do DE on Tuesdays. We do Wars of Liberty on Thursdays. And if I can come up with anything else we could do on the other days of the week, like maybe Age of Mythology Wednesdays or something, if I have people want to send me recordings for that, I don't really think that's a problem. Honestly, once Retold comes out and I prove my worth there and people see that, I think we probably will have Age of Mythology Retold Wednesdays or Fridays or something too. So we'll be streaming like 3 times a week. Yeah. Yep. And I think once I get to a point where I'm like streaming almost every day of the week, basically doing some sort of series, then I'm going to have to sort of learn how many VODs, like non-streams I'm going to publish the same day as I do it to, get the most out of everything, basically. Yeah. It'll take a little bit before we get there, for sure. I also think it's probably better from a partners program perspective to probably stream more once you get onto that other side of the rainbow, basically, with 1,000 subs. So that way you're getting the most ad revenue out of these streams as a creator, basically. And you're actually getting paid much far better that way. So yeah. But anyways, I'm glad I was able to get this content to you. It's good to be here every week to bring you more stuff. This little Unstoppable Stletzy community is always growing every week. New subs are always coming in, Occasionally somebody leaves, but usually there's 2 to 3 people to fill their place as soon as that happens. So, we're always finding new faces, not only for AoE 3, but Age of Mythology, AoE 2, AoE 1, PvC Heroes, even AoE 4, and Star Wars and whatever. So, yeah, you'll keep helping me out, I'll keep helping you out. I'll keep finding new games to do, new mods, and just overall better experience for everybody. So, see you next time. This is a great stream. Let's try to have more big ones like this, but it's going to depend on how many recordings that can be offered to me. If they can't offer me a lot, maybe I'll have to start doing half the stream of casting, the other half of playing. Then we'll figure it out. Figure it out together. Come up with a game plan, right? So, see you next time. Adios, Juanitos muy bonitos, and especially the Juanitas muy bonitas among us. Yes. They're the most important, aren't they?